Hey everyone, better late than never.
Hi, sis.
Hi. Oh, what's happening? Hi. Got an echo.
When I looked to let people know that I was okay and how I was doing. Hi, Carl.
Hi, Kyle.
And a few things, and I have an idea for you that you may want. You ever need little spiders or ladybugs? We found one that's made with half of a styrofoam ball with the wires on the end, and then they put some glitter on it. But you could do this like one small one, one big one to make a spider to put on some of your magnets. This is supposed to be a ladybug.
Yeah, I see that. Yeah, I hate the glitter thing though. That's my whole thing.
Yeah, I don't like the glitter. But that's what we found in one of those boxes. But actually, I don't think this is styrofoam. It don't feel like it. I think it's just something they found, I guess. I don't know, but there's two different styrofoams for spiders or one for the ladybug, you know?
Well, sometimes there's different densities of foam. The styrofoam.
It almost feels like a
egg carton?
Stuffing. Yeah, it could be an egg carton, yeah.
Kind of thing.
And I was in bed last night, but this morning I woke up feeling pretty good. And then all of a sudden I'm tired again. I guess I still have, but I talked to my doctor this morning and all like that. And it looks like we're going to be staying in Louisiana to live.
You were saying?
Yeah. The insurance is too hard to switch over. And I can't do 4 months. I have to live there 90 days before I can even reapply for the insurance. And then you gotta go through the process. It could take another 90 days. We're looking around Shreveport.
Hey,
Hi,
Jeffrey.
Nice to see you again. Doing good. Oh, I'm out. I sure am. I gotta start crocheting.
Breezy but nice.
I might have something here. Right. I feel good in the food. So. You see the hanger I made for the little girl's room? They
With the what?
wanted it for a little girl's room. They wanted like fantasy and butterflies and pearls and little ribbons, and I didn't have very many ribbons and stuff, so I took some of those flowers I poured.
Mm-hmm.
This is what I put a magnet on in case she wants to put it on her filing cabinet. What you think?
Hold on.
Too much or not enough?
I'm getting there. Hold on.
She's only 13 years old.
Trying to make it big so I can see.
Her room is white with
it's pretty.
curtains. I think it'd be okay for a teenager, you know?
Yep.
And like I said, I put magnets on the back in case you want to on her filing cabinet, and then I put a hook. So, $20 for that, Cliff. She's supposed to come pick it up tomorrow. I'm gonna make me some shrimp etouffee tonight. Hey, Wolf, can you get me about 6 of my glue sticks, please? Thank you. If
Hey, Steven.
I try to put my head down and it just won't do it. Hi, Tango. Oh, Wolf said hi.
Hi, Wolf.
Okay, that'll be good for right now, baby. Thank you. What you doing? You separating this?
No, I'm making a necklace. I'm trying something different with buttons.
I gotta
Vintage
go force
buttons.
my property off the wall, so I just want to get some of this done and I'm glad she only wanted one dolly, or I wouldn't have been able to make any more. Not with using these store.
Oh, yeah, I had to do
That's
some.
a $10. Yeah.
I had to do some running around this morning.
Oh. Yeah.
And
My dog. Okay.
hold on a second. Say what you're gonna say. I'll come back to what I'm doing. What I'm trying to say.
Okay. The next story. 2, 3, 4.
Oh, when you went and found those sparkly things, you You saw that they had smaller ones too, right? The birds and stuff.
Yeah,
You saw that they had smaller ones too, right?
yeah, they have a son.
With where'd that go? Wait a second.
That's one of them.
Wait a second.
This I'm still on large on the screen. Sounds like you having problems there.
You looking at the screen, sis? Barbara,
Huh?
you looking at the screen?
Yeah. Where did you find them? My peacock can just to get a butterfly. No.
Oh no.
Got a black peacock. Look at there. That is not any fair. The blue one. Silver. You're making my
Red,
walk mad.
pink,
Red.
silver, dark blue, teal, black, white, and gold.
Where did you get them?
Walmart. Then I found
In Fort Lauderdale? Oh!
a couple of purples.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah,
And
in
they don't
Hollywood,
even have
Florida.
them here. That's not fair.
These are kind of come to you, honey. I ain't doing anything with them.
Huh?
These are coming to you.
They are. How much are
Yeah.
you? Oh my
They're
God.
coming to you.
Oh, thank you, thank you, thank you. I'm trying to get your box full so I can send it. And I needed to talk to you. You didn't get my message? When we get
Now
off.
these are not the big, huge ones. These are the more manageable ones.
Okay, great.
They're
Great.
they're about 9 inches long.
Yeah, that's what I've got. It's the 9-inch one.
Is it? Oh, because they had some really huge ones.
No, I
I'm
don't
like,
want the
oh my God.
ones. No, that goes on wreaths and stuff. I want them for the bathroom. Oh, look at there.
Yep. So I got you one in every color.
Oh, thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. People's been asking for more than just,
Because I like what you do with them. I think it's very pretty. And I know you're selling them, so
yeah.
it's not going to sit around. It's going to
Well, they
make you
want
some money.
Of course, they want pink. Want the purple,
Well, I got it.
And I told him, I said, I can't.
I got one of whatever color they had.
Oh, thank you, sis. You're so loving and kind.
Yeah, it happened to be there. I had to go over toward that section and right out in the middle of the aisle. They have a big display of those things.
They
I'm
don't
like,
have them here.
ooh. Well, let me get at least one of each one for her.
Yeah, thank you.
And I figured I'd just get a couple of purple butterflies. They had butterflies in all colors too.
Well, that's another thing. Butterflies that's one of my biggest sellers is the butterflies.
Well, that's why I picked you up a couple of the butterflies. So you have at least two of them.
Thank you so much. People have been gone all over the place at Walmart and looking for them for me. None of them in all the states can't find them.
Hollywood, Florida had a boatload of them.
Oh my God.
There was like 2 center aisle displays, just like 4 or 5 boxes high, 3 wide, of all the butterflies and the birds.
Oh my goodness. I tried making the butterflies, but the glitter is too much for me. The glitter is so fine here, it just flies in my eyes and everywhere else. So I really get, confused here with that. I'm going to take one of those since I've only got that. Last night I didn't sleep very good. I slept a little bit, then I didn't sleep. Then I slept, then I didn't sleep. I'm like, dadgum, what's going on here? And then this morning I slept really hard. I didn't even want to wake up. Yeah, one place we looked at it like 2 years ago, still up for sale, but it was purchased and then put back up for sale. Used to be something like a church. And but it's commercial too, and residential, and it's up there by Shreveport, I think. I don't remember now, but has enough acreage we can enlarge, and it's a commercial and private. It's rated both. So that means I could have my gift shop and everything like that, or do what I want to do,
Right.
And then there's a big old shed outside, and we can bring our sheds. It wouldn't cost us much to move our big sheds, just a little bit towards the upper top of my range, that the money I'd be getting. I'd lose my food stamps that I'm on now, but I wouldn't mind, especially if I get that much money,
Mm-hmm.
It wouldn't bother me. That much. not if I can do my craft and we can, you know, sell things. Only thing is that I'm going to miss all my friends over there in Florida. But I don't have to change insurance or anything like that. And that's what's going to be nice. I don't have to lose my, the only thing I'd be changing is my medical doctors, but they have LSU up there in Shreveport. So just think that I'm not going to Florida, you know, but maybe it's for the best.
Well, like I said, there was a lot of avoidance of you coming to Florida.
Yeah.
There must be a reason.
Yeah. There's always a reason for something.
Hi, Chrissy.
Hi, Dan. Hi, Christy. Welcome to the room. How are y'all doing today? Sis, you want to put a look on this? See what you
Hey,
think
Dan.
about my little magnet?
Oh,
Good night.
together here. Night, Stephen.
See? Refrigerator magnets.
Oh, very pretty.
And see, I got one. I got one in that one because I'm out of my little crochet for the back. And then I've got the one with I have two of each other one. So I said she gave me a good idea when she did that. So wanted that. I said fine. She wanted them in different colors and I had it. So I said, okay, I'm gonna make me some more on this one. You know. And then the little peach and pink dolly. I said, I don't know what I'm going to do for that. I said, I'm sure you'll find something. And I thought about my little flowers. I said, wait a minute, I may have enough. And I did. One way of using things up. I looked up what I used to pay $4.99 for a bolt of Madeira thread. It's $8.99 now. And that's high. Because you can't get too many,
Hey, Bonnie.
you know, things in there.
Oh, is everything okay?
Bonnie.
Routine trip or?
Okay, that was good.
Yeah, you should be either already there or coming up in my next grouping, Jeffrey.
There it is.
Like I said, it's not in any particular order. It's just kind of, I have a list of folks and I'm kind of just going through a list of folks.
There it is.
Putting them up a little bit at a time. You're definitely my friend, Jeffrey. I would not include you. You have to be there. I actually saw it before, Jeffrey. I watched it on your channel a long while ago. I don't always comment. That's a bad thing about me. Sometimes I don't comment when I do watch things, but I watch a lot more things than people realize I do.
Oh, I was on the phone on the TV this morning, sis.
Mm-hmm.
I'm in an online conference. Don't you know a bigger warning signed up on my computer? My Trim Micro caught it, and it kicked my whole computer off to restart it. I didn't know what in the heck was going on. I guess it picked up a scam or something like that.
Mm.
It rebooted my whole complete computer, start to finish.
Wow.
Well,
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I know.
well. One. Hi, Byron Space. How you doing?
Hey, Myra.
Mara, all your stuff went out to you. You should have seen Wolf chasing down the mailman. Didn't come to the door or anything like they usually do. They jumped in the vehicle and ran after him. that's not where I wanted the glue to go. No, he just chased the postman down the road. Oh. It wasn't a regular postman or anything, so at 5 o'clock yesterday he hightailed it in the truck and went down the road. One day I caught one of the new ones, a young one, with his camera out taking a picture of the address on the door with the container in the hand. He was going back to the truck with it. I think my dogs is working, let me know. Ever since the hurricanes and COVID, it's been bad down here. Yeah, a wolf chased the mail truck. Oh yeah, he chased it down. We had a big old box to go out because we had, with me being sick and then quarantine and stuff, we couldn't get all that out when we wanted to. So yeah, he chased them down. Okay. Get rid of some of that glue on me. Okay, those are done. So those off the side and a off the side. As soon as they're dry enough. I got 5 things gone. That's good. Let's see. What if I make it like this? Like, yeah. Nope. Not exactly what I want. Oh, I got 3 of them. Okay. Oh, but one's a lot smaller. Oh, okay. We got 4 of those.
Did my box go out yesterday?
No, it's gone out tomorrow. I gotta get that other stuff out tonight. I've got 2 things in these little plastic things that we get steak dinners in and stuff. I got 4 of them. I've got to go through and make sure that what you're getting is something you can use. Some of it's just junk, like just the back of earrings and stuff, and I really don't think you want that. So I'm going through and make sure you don't get that junky junk. And I'm about to go pour my epoxy, and then I'm going to do that. I got about 4 or 5 boxes I'm going through.
Yeah, because I'm kind of anticipating the other thing that I don't want to mention on here, but you know what I'm talking about.
Yeah. Get with me after you get off, okay? Message me.
Mm-hmm.
I want to make sure I got everything you're wanting to be sent.
Well, the stuff is relative. That one item that and I'm waiting on, it's a little more imperative to me.
Yeah, well, I know.
Hi, Angie.
That's what I need to talk to you about, which kind. There's 3 different kinds. So call me when you get off. That's why I had texted you.
Right.
I guess you didn't get the text because of the storm.
Right. No, I didn't see it.
Hi, Auntie. How you doing today?
No, just personal business. Can people have personal business, Dan? Is that okay? I hope you know I'm picking. Better say that before somebody gets all upset.
Get her, Dan. Get her.
I'm gonna have to work on the other idea a little bit more in my head. It's just not coming out the way I was thinking it was going to. So, oh well.
That's like me with my turtle. I don't know what to do with it. It says the turtle. What if I do this and put flowers on it? All the way around. Yeah. Okay. Thank you. It's gotten so bad I can't tell what's top or bottom to these things anymore. I'll put my little turtle up. I'm trying to stack myself up, y'all, to go pour epoxy. Does that make any sense? I wasn't going to put it there, but I guess I will now. Oh, excuse me, I drank some Dr. Pepper and of course I'm going to be guilty. Okay, get back over there.
Bonnie's saying you sound much better.
Oh yeah, last night I couldn't hardly talk. So I had to rest my throat up, but I thought I was coming out, and they still think I'm coming back down with the flu again. But trying to keep myself well, that's the problem. But here, all the hospitals are so full, they don't have no more room for nobody. All the rooms are full. All people with the flu, too. While people keep phoning, I've got COVID, I got COVID. They test them out and they don't. It's just a normal bad case of the flu. They said this year people were so scared because of vaccines from, COVID and all that. They have wanted to get their flu shots. As soon as I get better, I'm going to get mine. This is the first year I hadn't taken it. So I learned my lesson. God bless you, Wolf. Oh, I know. What we're fighting here is our charity hospital was taken over by LSU, in Memorial Hospital. It's not like it was. And people don't want to go to the old clinic, and they're going to the hospital now, and it's really, really bad. You spend 4 or 5 hours just to see the triage. And what I don't understand, they wait till the nighttime to go with kids that they think are sick or they're sick, and they're running around playing and laughing and joking and cutting up, I'm like, I'm sitting there with a blanket around me, I'm freezing, running 104 fever, and they're going to take these kids that's jumping and playing and everything around me, They tell them, you need to stay in this area or you need to stay in that area. And they go walking around and like they don't have a care in the world. That's right. And Bonnie, that's what happened. See, we went to Florida And I winded up going to the market and not thinking about it. I didn't wear my mask. So the doctor thinks that's where I got it, the COVID, and then it hit where I had my sinus cancer surgery, and then it gave me a viral infection and the flu at the same time with the antibiotics they gave me. Caused a very bad UTI. I'm like, well, I'm damned if I do and I'm damned if I don't. But it taught me one thing. Wear a mask. People says, oh, a mask ain't good for you. Well, you know what? I don't care now. I learned my lesson. Because last time we went to Florida, I did wear a mask. But whoever was there sick with the COVID that day was really sick, because I really did get infected fast.
Wearing a mask isn't good for you.
Yeah, wearing a mask ain't good for you.
It's a lot better than the COVID.
Oh, yeah.
Or the flu.
A whole lot better. Light. Dark. Here. I'm just in a creative mood today, and I'm like, I don't want to really stop, but I need to get this done. And some of these boxes are so hard to close. So, 2014, I went to Harbor Freight and I got some of these boxes. They're on sale for $2.99 each, and I got some big ones, but they're hard to close. You gotta go down. There we go. Once you get one, it's fine.
I don't know. Don't know. I haven't tried that, Jeffrey, so I really don't have an answer for that. Hey, Cheryl.
Oh, hello, how you doing? A bit more glitz to it. Get all of it. Yeah, Bonnie, that, my first test was like that. Second test came out negative from the health unit, but my doctor ran one and it came out positive. Third one, he said, "Oh, I know you've got it. No use in trying to even, you've got all the symptoms. Don't waste your time on a test." This time, they weren't supposed to stick anything in my nose, and they didn't the first night. They just put it right on the tip end. That's where they saw I had the flu. And then the next night, they ran a blood workup, which showed I had it within the 30 days. So that's how we proved I had COVID, but that's when we proved I also had the flu and a viral infection and stuff all at one time. And I tell you what, the medicine is just as bad. Oh,
I'm working on jewelry.
and I'm working on little hangers to put in rooms or on mirrors or whatever. That's a little ladybug. And I put some butterflies on it and stuff. I have to let that dry a little bit, and then I'm going to, put the magnets on it. I'm okay though. I stay sick constantly because I'm dual DNA. See, Bonnie, I can't take prednisone. My system will kick it back through my blood sugar and it goes sky high. So they have to use other means, like antibiotics through an IV or shots or something like that. So it does take a while. There it is. I'm looking for mine. Bonnie, make sure you drink a lot of Gatorade. That's the one thing that helps me through each of mine. That's about what I'm on. It's about 2.5 more days of my antibiotics. Yeah, I can go like that. That's cute. Okay. And I have these. There's the little. Oh, you know what? I may make another one. Oh my gosh, look how pretty that is. I may make another one. Look at here, just how beautiful that is. If I would add it, something like that to the background. My purple ladybug. Oh, she must have walked away.
Oh,
Look at this, how pretty that would be. And I have enough to make another one. That's that dolly the lady would to see. I don't know what I put on the back end of it, but that's a nice layered look. Fit just in the center. But man, I'd have to get at least $30 shipped with that. I think I'm gonna leave it like that. That's cute like it is. Small enough where it can still go as a magnet. And then show her the dolly that she wanted. I think I can make just as much money like that. And then all these are all finished up. Let them dry. And you know what? I'm feeling good enough. I may go take me a shower and try to wash my hair. It's been so long. But I listened to my doctor to make sure it's not longer. And he said 2 days. Today is the second day. I had to wait. Oh, I think that would be pretty with that. So I think I'm going to say blessings to everybody. Nice being with y'all this morning. And oh, it's 1:30 already over here. So I gotta get my epoxy poured. I'll go take my shower and wash my hair and get ready for my auction tonight. So sis, if you want to join in, just let me know when you get off the your channel. Send me a message. I'll get back with you and we'll talk, okay?
yeah.
Love y'all. Y'all have a blessed and prosperous day today. Thank you so much, Bonnie. I'll catch y'all later. I've got to go pour about 2 gallons worth of stuff of epoxy, man. Hopefully it comes out. Goodbye. Talk to y'all later. Hugs.
Here.
Hello. What's new and exciting?
Not a whole lot. Got a cold front coming in later this afternoon, so my bones are feeling it. Same old this time of year. Post from Who Tango and kind of progress. I'm curious. I'm out of the loop on the story.
Yeah, I'm not 100% sure either on that one. He's over the pond and helps strays and stuff like that, and helps rehome and things like that. And
Rescue foster. Well, that's cool.
No, a larger scale than that, I think.
Well, I mean, there's all kinds of scales that can happen with rescue fostering. And it can just be somebody taking in a cat here and there like me, or it can be, you know, somebody that has a .org nonprofit. I have of 3 kittens that are in on the 18th to get spayed and neutered.
Hi,
I'll
my
miss
Mindy
it.
Michelle. How are you today? Yep.
That's the thing, Tango. You can
Yay.
give all kinds of advice, but that doesn't mean that people are going to follow it.
That'll calm down the situation after a week or two.
Yeah, it won't be quite as crazy around. Once the hormones are gone. The same, Tango. I've been doing it for, I don't know, 25 years. Hanging in there, Jeffrey. We got a cold front coming in, so my bones aren't happy today. In fact, it's due in about any time now. And I would say, by the way my bones are feeling, it's not far off. At least one of them extreme ones to start. The temperatures are going to be way lower tonight, but it's just going to kind of ease in this afternoon with about a 10 to 15 degree drop, and then once night falls, last night the low was like 60, and tonight it's like teens, I think, or low 20s. I'll really feel it then. I don't recall if we got rain coming in on ours or not, Jeffrey. But I know this same front's, you know, kind of hitting down the middle. I know Michigan is getting it as well today, which is straight up pretty much sort of for me. I'm in Kansas, and if I remember right, Michigan's pretty much straight up and a little over. Yeah, I don't know, Tango. I mean, over the years, you get more and more frustrated by people, but you can't lose your tact in giving advice. Otherwise, you know, it scares everybody off, and that don't help the animals at all. It's all about the animals. I know with me, there has been times that I've had to leave my ego at the door and be very tactful, because you get further with that than you do with ego or anger or, you know, railing at them, you know. I do what I can. You know, I'm on disability, so I'm on a low fixed income, and you know, I don't get donation or anything like that. You know, everything's out of my pocket. So with the current state of the nation, challenging, but I'm good with money. So, and I've got you know, my vet will let me actually make payments and that kind of thing. So not too many of them do that anymore, but considering that my account is one of their first from when they opened when I was a very small child, and the account has always been in good standing, they can't say much. I don't even ask for food. everything's always been in my pocket. So I work within, my financial constraints as best I can to help help who I can. There's no harm at all in that. It's here in this area, kind of limited on that resource of places to have for food, that kind of thing. It's just not well equipped for the kind of thing.
Mm-hmm.
I've had people offer me dog food. I will not feed a cat dog food. I'm not going to make a cat blind because it's not getting the nourishment that it needs. I had somebody a case of dog food once, and I passed it on to somebody else that's low fixed income that had a couple of rescue dogs to feed the dogs. But no, there's definitely no harm in it at all. It's just not this place just isn't like that. Simple as that. Oh, same here. There's nobody here that can take kittens or cats right now. Everybody is super overloaded. And then a poorhouse was found with over 80. So yeah, there's just no resources here. So they will. They've joined our family. So. No, Ree's dog, she passed away a few years ago. And at one point we had 2 dogs, and he passed a few years prior to her from old age. He was a critical care elderly rescue who was with us for about 5 years. He was a critical cardiac from day one. Because as soon as we picked him up, we took him directly to the vet to get assessed. And he was found to be a critical cardiac that day, and was treated and put on medications and, tested for heartworms and all of that. Full workup. But we got him on his feet, and he was with us for a little over 5 years before he passed on. The oldest one that I have right now is about 7.5. And then I've got one that's about 6.5. That's about, I don't know, about a year, maybe a year and a half now. Yeah, about a year and a half now. And then a 7-month-old and 2 6-month-olds. The 7-month-old is cousin to the 2 6-month-olds, who are siblings. But the boy was brought to me by the mom. He was flat out fleas, anemia, the lid. The weaker of the two, only had 2 because she was a new mom. And yeah, he wouldn't have made it the night, but he's thriving now. And here just about 3 weeks ago, we rescued his sister, The mom disappeared. She has returned, but she disappeared for a couple of months. And the little girl wasn't doing well. She didn't know how to hunt. You know, it was getting cold here, and the only water source that she knew of was our bird bath, which needed to be drained for the winter. And she didn't know how to find warmth. She was sleeping under a bush, a very drafty bush, because, you know, it had shed its leaves. And she just didn't know how to survive. So we brought her in. She's semi-feral, but we've tamed her down pretty much. And I think once the hormones are gone, she'll just settle on into being a house cat. So. But they are both thriving now, so. All three of them are. The cousin, whom we named Jasmine, the mom left her behind when she moved her litter that was up under our mobile home. And she got tangled up in some tarping that had tattered and was dangling and was strangling. Late night rescue had to call Sis home from work because I couldn't crawl up under. It's a double wide. And I'm disabled pretty bad. And I couldn't get up under there to get her. So I called Sis home and we got her. And she's doing wonderful. You know, and then of course Miles was brought to me by the mom, flat out. You know, Capstar walked him in the door, and you know, bath and milk and supplement and all that good stuff. And then Olivia, which is his sister, their mate, just failure to thrive, not able to manage on her own. So, but yeah, I'm all about the voice for those that can't speak for themselves, especially cats. We have more of a cat issue here than a dog issue. And with my disability, I can't like walk a big dog, that kind of thing. So can't really do that. There's very few little dogs. They're scooped right up and adopted right away, but the big dogs fill the pound. It's kind of crazy. This is a farming community, so a lot of big dogs. Because we love you, Jeffrey, and haters are gonna hate, jealous are gonna be jealous. You just have to let it roll off of you, honey. You can't let it eat at you. You can't let it bug you. You just gotta let it roll off. You know there are safe places here where you can come and hang out. And, you know, we want you here. It's just up to you whether or not that's enough. And whether or not you can do that, let it roll off. But that's just the reality. I get it too. Everybody gets it. Everybody's judged. You put yourself out there and you're gonna be judged. That's just the way it is. That's just humanity today. That's entirely up to you, Jeffrey. I love seeing your scenic views. You know, like your sunsets and things like that. I love seeing those. I don't always remember to comment. I could remember to comment, but no brain. I don't always remember. but I love going to see them. They're beautiful. You've got a really good eye for catching the light just right. Exactly, Miss Fix-It. Don't let me win. Let it roll off and just keep on going. It's just life. Focus on the people that do care. Worry so much about the ones that don't. Have pity on them. They're so miserable in their life that they have to cut other people down to make them feel better. I pity people like that. We would miss seeing you around, buddy.
Yep.
Hello, Heather. But yeah, don't let them win, Jeffrey.
Hi, Heather.
Exactly, Miss Fix-It. It's just bullying. There's bullies everywhere.
Now,
You can't
is
get
that
away from them. You find them in the
Heather, or
grocery
is
store.
that Heather's husband?
Heather's
Hard to
chubby
tell
hubby.
by the name.
Oh, hello, chubby hubby. I didn't even notice that. I seen Heather, so I just rolled with it.
I just happened to look at it again.
Mm-hmm. They always get me with that one.
Yep.
They always get me with that one.
Okay, so this is the hubby. So what is your name?
Yeah, do we just call you Chubby Hubby? Do we call you Heather? Or, you know, you gotta have a name.
Jeffrey? What did I tell you about my chat, sweetheart? Chubby or HCH is fine. Okay.
That'll work.
Because, you know, in here I like to get to know my guests and my friends. That's why I ask for people's names. But if you prefer to be called Chubby, we're good.
Yeah, names are a nickname to go by. Just something with a few less syllables. I think that's just kind of the standard on YouTube. It don't matter how long your name is. Somebody's going to want to have a nickname. You know, like I just go by Willow or Cheryl. It's my real name.
So, Chubby, I have Cheryl up here with me, and the chat with you obviously is Jeffrey. And then the Fix-It lady is Ms. Michelle. Tango the cat is, and of course my brain is going to go blank. Stephen, I believe. Yes. Yes. And I'm not sure who else is still in, other than that group right there.
Oh, thank you, Miss Fix-It. Well, that's cool, Jeffrey, that you're going to help out with the Christmas bazaar at your church. That'll definitely keep you busy. I've done that before back in my youth when I was still involved with the church. That Bible school in the summer, church bazaars in the fall and winter, Easter, trying to think of the name, like a concert, an old Easter concert with the choir in the spring. With the choir, I was a soloist. I soloed a lot. They didn't have too many that wanted to solo, so a lot of Sundays that I did solos. I was I don't know, probably 10 when they asked me to do my first solo. 10, 11, something.
Yeah, me too. Church, school, solos.
It's
It's
cool.
so
you do
funny
that
in
thing.
school, in elementary school, I had this one girl who was always there, and it was always like either her or I would do solos. And
I was
then,
too shy to solo in grade school.
and then middle school, same thing, same girl. Oh wait, middle school, was it middle school? Yeah, no, middle school, we went to 2 different middle schools. So she went there. I got more solos. Went to high school, we wound up going to the same high school. It was
Middle
just funny.
school, there wasn't, other than the Christmas concert at the Civic Auditorium here in town, and they didn't really have much in the way of solos, and they usually gave them to a very high-pitched little boy. But that was about all there was in middle school, and then in high school I was in chorus, but I wasn't a preppy, so I didn't get any solos. They only gave the preppies the solos.
Night, Steven.
And when I was going to start my sophomore year, they wanted to put me in chorale, which is kind of an upgrade to chorus. Here, I don't know if they have that everywhere, I have no idea. But I didn't go my sophomore year. I was pulled for medical reasons by my parents. So, which I was thankful for because, yeah, I didn't want to do chorale. But by then I was, I don't know if y'all have ever heard of fiddlers, pickers, and singers. They've got, I don't know, it used to be all over the country back then. I don't know if it still is. I don't know if it's fizzled out or not. We still got it here though. But I was a singer in that, and even competed on the state level. And then Wrangler Jeans had a country and western showdown here in town. And if you won that, then you went to the national. And if you won the national, you went to Nashville with a recording contract. I would have gotten that, but I went there, and one of the judges was my 5th grade teacher, who I did not like, and got nervous because, you know, shy kid then, and forgot part of my words, and that took me out of, there was a time frame, you know, you had to have, the song had to be so long, but not, it had to be at least this long, but not any longer than this kind of thing. And it dropped me like 3 seconds below the minimum because I forgot one verse. And so I was disqualified. But the judges, even 5th grade teacher, all came up to me after and said, if you hadn't forgotten that, you would have won. But that's all right. I was good with it.
Right.
But yeah, aside from that, yeah, just fiddlers, pickers, and singers for up until I got married at 17.
Yep. Know that feeling. I had auditioned for a rock band, and basically I was told my voice was definitely better than hers, but they were looking for a certain look. She had more of that kind of like Joan Jett kind of look.
Yeah.
To her.
Yeah.
And they were looking for that kind of look. Even though my vocals were better, they took her over me, which is kind of like crazy.
Yeah, I was a chubby kid, so I was a nerd amongst nerds. Even the nerds didn't like me. And So yeah, definitely didn't fit the image, but my vocals, I was perfect pitch. And for soprano, I could rattle glass with my voice. But
Yeah, it was
not
for
anymore,
soprano
as
as
you
well.
can tell, my voice has
Well, I
gotten
was
very
full
deep.
range.
You know, my voice has gotten, I'm like a low alto, almost a bass at this point. My autoimmune affected my vocals and dropped my tone down way low. So now, you know, I'm usually called a sir at a drive-up window until they see my face, or on the phone, you know, it's like, hello, sir. Nope, man, you know, wrong bits. But,
Well, since I had the my thyroid removed because of the cancer, they messed up my vocal cords, so I can't do my. It's not so much I can't hit notes in soprano. I can't maintain or sustain the notes. So I don't have enough. It's almost like I run out of breath, but it's really the chords just can't maintain the tone anymore.
Yeah.
Sad, but
For me, it's my COPD. There's a rare day where I can, you know, sing a little jingle. It's just not there anymore. You know,
oh no, I'm gonna blue you. Sorry. There you go.
That's all right.
Chubby.
I was gonna drop links, but if you're gonna blue her, then she can click them herself, or he can click them himself.
Yeah, I've seen him in other.
Yeah.
That's.
Just go to each person and hit the 3 dots next to their name, Chubby, and there'll be an option to go to channel, and you can just go directly to their channel and sub if you choose. Which I'm grateful for, because my hands aren't happy today.
Some people, even if you explain it, they don't 100% understand. So, but they get the click on the person thing, or the click on the link.
Yeah, you just click the 3 dots by their names to the right of one of their comments, and a little drop down will drop down, and it says go to channel is one of the options, and you click on that, and it'll take you there. You can just go to each channel that way. Like I was gonna say, I'm grateful for that because my hands aren't very happy today. I've been doing a lot of stuff around here, and you know, they've been a little grumpier, but now with this cold weather coming in, they're pretty crickety. I can relate. I don't even do content. I mod here and there, and I hang out on craft hangouts and some auctions.
I got a question for you though.
Yeah, I just.
Your big thing about not having content was because you wanted to see if you obtained the community tab without content. But that's
I want to
now
see if I could get a community tab without content, but I still never have any plans to do content. Never have, never will. Not my cuppa. Just not my thing. Videography has never been an interest to me at all, ever.
Okay, everybody has their thing. That's cool. I was never intending on doing content either, but I kind of just looked around and I was like, what's starting to become common now in our group with a lot of hangouts and crafting was not as common when I first started months ago. And I saw the need for it, just a place to be you. Don't have to put on the persona. None of that, and relax.
I wouldn't do that
you come up
anyways.
here or be on there or whatever you're comfortable with, you know.
Yeah.
My
Yeah, I
weather's
wouldn't put on
good.
I wouldn't put on the whole thing anyways. That's just not me.
That would be Willow Owl's here, and that's Cheryl.
Yep. Hello.
She's currently not crafting. She's just hanging with me.
Yeah, my hands ain't gonna let me craft. I still haven't been hold of bead. Hey, Josie.
Hi, Josie.
I've done a little bit of coloring. I've been trying to do some greeting cards for card exchange in one of my doll groups. Yeah, I think I'm gonna end up having to do the retail again this year. Don't think that this left
Jeffrey,
hand.
just do it when you can. I told you, leave it as a hobby, something to enjoy. If anybody puts any nonsense on there, delete their comment, not the video. That's it.
Yep. Yeah, just delete the comments, don't videos. Block them. If they're gonna be hateful, they don't just be able to see your content anyways. Block them. Then they can't even look, and they're left to wonder. Yeah, you could hide the comments. You don't have to. But if you block them, they'll disappear anyways. But yeah, I just block them. I have zero tolerance for bullies. If they're gonna be a bully, I'm done. I unsubbed from like a half dozen channels just last month because one person from that group decided to be that way, and I was done. So I blocked them all. Unsub, whatever you call it. I don't go there. And life has been better for it because I'm just not going to deal with it. Ooh, a ginger. No, Josie, if you hide, they can't comment, but they can still see your videos. If you block, they can't do either. They can't even access your channel. Yeah, if you hide, they can still watch, but they can't comment. If you block, they can't even watch. Which to me is,
Yeah,
you know,
I report, then block.
Yep. The only time I hide is when I'm moderating, and that is the request of the host that I hide, and then they go in and block. To block on somebody else's channel, you have to have administrative capabilities, and I refuse to do that on any channel. So. More than happy to moderate. I will handle the screwballs that come in the chat, but yeah, I'm not doing administrative duties or any of that. If I was up to doing
Your
all
hide
of
is
that, I would
basically
do
to
something
pick
on
them
my
in the
channel.
corner.
Well, yeah, I'll still be able to come in on channel. They can come up with another channel and come on. Because you can't block full URL. YouTube has to do that. Which is why you report. Because they get enough reports and their URL is blocked and they can no longer come on via their URL address at their home or wherever. They come under another name, yeah. But they do that a couple of times and you can usually pretty well tell. At least I can, because, you know, I watch that stuff. That's part of what I consider mod duties is watching for that kind of thing. Somebody comes in and starts getting a little snarky in the chat. I pull up their channel, I go check their channel out. If it's low subs, stuff like that, I can tell that it's probably a troll and I'm on alert. And the minute that they step over the line, boom, gone. I hide them and I notify the host via the private chat that they need to block said person.
Yep.
Whether or not they do so is their choice, but I keep them apprised of those issues via the private chat anytime that I am on a panel moderating, you know, reading the chat for them, whatever. I consider it all moderation, so. Except when I'm like hanging out, you know, like this, unless I've been told to, or to, you know, help with the chat.
Well, you know darn well if you see something I don't catch.
Well, I know because we've hung out enough, you know, to know each other well enough in that regard. But, you know, there's times that I go on a craft hangout or something, or just a hangout, you know, for the first time. I don't know what their parameters
Oh, yeah, it's
are.
not that. Yeah.
I mean, most of them are like,
But-
yeah, if you see something hinky in the chat, you know, either take care of it or point it out to me and I'll take care of it. Whichever their choice is. It's usually one or the other. Because they can use all the help they can get. Because, yeah, there's a whole lot of that going on YouTube. Basically, since spring of 2020, it's amplified quite a bit. And it always seems to amp up 2 to 3 weeks before school, and as soon as school lets out. Because the munchkins, vacations are done, they're home hanging out, waiting for school to start, they're bored, so yeah, that's what they do. And when school lets out, of course, you know, they're like, free at last, let's go be a little poop emoji in a chat, you know.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, it's waves, but there is certain times of year that you just kind of know to be more on alert. Holiday breaks for one, which we've got one coming up too far out. Pretty much anything related to school kids being home. Not all of them, Chevy. You can usually tell, you know, just by how they articulate.
Most of them are
slang,
kids. For
the
sure.
slang they use and so forth. Hey, Jazzy.
Hi, Jazzy. Welcome in.
Crafting hangouts, occasional auctions, and a whole lot of cat lovers. So yeah.
No
Tango
auctions.
in the chat is a rescue foster over in the UK. I'm a rescue foster here in my hometown in Kansas.
Basically, it's a channel to do whatever the heck I want to do. I was going to do it anyway, so I might as well do it live.
I love you.
And have my friends come on and what they need to do.
Yeah,
Whether
I
it's
craft when I
crafting
can.
or billing or packing, shipping, tearing things apart, building something, scrapping, whatever they're doing, I don't care. And if they're not having an awesome day, like Cheryl over here, and can't physically do the craft but want to come chill, that's cool too.
Yeah, I
But
just
yeah,
come on
it's
fill
just
dead
a
air.
place to come away from the auction hubbub and the persona hubbub and come here and just be yourself. I'm working on jewelry.
Yeah, she's making a necklace, I believe. She does a lot of jewelry repurpose, jewelry making. As do I, but I don't often do that on lives. Because I haven't been able to do as much of it as of late, really, more than anything. I did do a tutorial on some beaded bracelets on Designs and Do-Overs channel a few months back. She asked for one, and I told her I'd be happy to do one with her, and she was like, "Will you do it live?" And I'm like, "I don't care." So yeah, it happened live. That was the
Jazzy,
first 2 I'd ever done.
what is your first name, honey? Because I like to get to know people in here, not just channels. So.
That never Jazzy, my cat comes running because I have a cat that, yeah, Jasmine, and we call her Jazzy. Kitten, actually. She's 7 months old. She's not a year yet. And Jeffrey says, Stacey is a very nice person. Yes, she is. Yeah, she is a good listener, Miss Fix-It. She just likes having me on for comic relief and I dead air.
Basically, the only rules I have in here is, don't be out there outwardly just crazy cursing for the heck of it. And don't talk about people or their channels. This is not the place. There's plenty of other places if you want to go do that. This is a calm, safe zone. Chill.
Yeah, basically keep the content to the channel and no politics, no religion, no bashing, no blah, blah, blah.
Well, I call them walkabouts because I have, I'm disabled in a couple of different manners, so I have to physically walk away from my computer. So you may come in here and you may find a sign up that says I'll be back. My live is still running though if I'm up here by myself. I'll put up a sign. Like this was a statement necklace.
Stretch your legs or tend to something. Nice.
And I made it into earring and necklace.
Look at the little pretty tat on the bottom. That's so cute.
So all of these pieces were all together in one big piece.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, she turned a statement necklace into a more modest, kind of Victorian-esque kind of feel piece. Yep, exactly, Josie. Drama for nowhere else. In other words, I've been warned.
Oop, did I miss your first name, Jazzy? Or is it Jazz? Could be. Don't know.
Could be Jasmine. Scrolling back and looking here. Nope, hasn't said. That's alright, Jazzy works. Jazzy says I used to foster feral kitties, but I got a dog and that doesn't like other animals, so no more fosters. Yeah, that happens. Some dogs just aren't cat friendly. Or any other critter friendly for that matter.
And some animals, doesn't matter what it is, just are,
just
one family ant. They don't want any other animal involved, no matter what it is.
Yeah. Thankfully, Sarah, she was a Terrier Mixed Pound Rescue that we had that she passed a couple of years ago. She was a rescuer herself. She had food aggression, which is easy to resolve. You just feed her away from the other animals so that, just simple logistics. But aside from that, yeah, she rescued a mouse and she rescued a cat.
Nice to meet you, Linda.
Oh, cool. Hey, Linda. But yeah, she was a rescuer herself. And I could take tiny newborn kittens and cuddle them next to her to keep them warm. and she'd just curl up and let them snuggle in beside her. She'd always lay on her side so that they would be able to cuddle up to her tummy, and they could crawl on her and around her and over her face, over her body. She didn't care. She would not harm those babies, and she never did. I don't know how many bottle babies that she was kind of a surrogate warmth for them. And she'd clean their faces after they nursed, and she would lay up on the sofa, on the edge of the sofa, if I needed to go prep a bottle or, whatever, if I had a baby out. And she would not let that baby fall off that sofa.
That's basically it, Linda, in a nutshell. Be nice. All right, speaking of my little trip, I will be back shortly.
Okay, dear. But yeah, she was awesome with other animals. She found a mouse, a little white mouse, that I'm pretty sure got loose from the neighbors a couple of houses over. They had like pythons or boas, and those were probably feeder mice. But anyways, this little one, it was a baby, escaped. And she found that over in our yard under the lilac bush on New Year's Day. Mind you, this is Kansas. It was pretty cool that day. She somehow talked that mouse into climbing up on her tongue. She carried that mouse up to the front of the house, and this lilac bush was clear in the backyard, and let it out on the porch, and then started barking at the door to get our attention to come to the door. And yeah, she wanted to keep him. So, well, first she got Jennifer's attention, which is my sister. She opened up the door. She seen that there was a little mouse and that Sarah was pointing at it with her little nose. So she grabbed her teacup, which is a clear glass kind of teacup, and dumped the tea out in the yard and put the glass or the teacup over the mouse. And Sarah stayed out there with the mouse. She refused to come in the house. Sis came in the house. I was upstairs taking a nap, and she came and woke me up because she wasn't going to pick the mouse up. She's creeped out by mice. But she knew that Sarah wanted to rescue that mouse, so she was going to take the steps to get somebody that would handle the mouse. And so I got up, came downstairs, went out the front door, and here is this little white mouse underneath a clear glass teacup, up on its haunches, grooming itself because it was covered in dog slobber and tea, and feeling quite indignant by the whole ordeal. And I put my hand out and it climbed right up in my hand, just continued to clean. And, I communicated with Sarah. I am an animal communicator. I communicated with Sarah, are you wanting to rescue this little mouse? And she was like, yes, mine. So in the house it came, and cleaned it off with a damp cloth, dried it with a towel, and I don't remember what it was. I got something out of the fridge for it to munch on. Vegetable or something. I don't remember what. This has been, 20 years ago. Or no, probably about 15 years ago. But anyways, located my temporary carrier, one of those little clear acrylic with the colored lid that is vented, and it's got a little door thing that they have for little animals like that. I had one of those, and I put it in there with some bedding and the rest of it's, I think, veggies or whatever I gave it, and settled it in there, and got around and headed to Walmart to buy a mouse habitat and a little ball for it. It wasn't big enough for the ball yet. I found they had one that was, I don't know, maybe 4 inches instead of the great big, like, 8-incher. I thought that'd be better suited for a mouse. And just went ahead and got it while I was there, because it wasn't going to be that long before it'd be big enough to be able to move it. Sarah loved, even if it couldn't move it yet, Merlin is what we named the mouse. He'd crawl up on my hand and let me put him in the ball. And even if he couldn't move it, he just liked sitting in it so that he could be down on the floor safely with Sarah. And Sarah would lay down there by him and, you know, talk at him and move the ball a little bit and stuff. You know, she wasn't one that would just swap it and send it flying across the room, thank goodness. She was careful. It was actually quite fascinating, the way she was with that mouse. But she also rescued, it was about a 6-month-old kitten that was out clearing even further back in our yard, underneath a little cart thing you put on the back of a riding lawnmower. She'd been hit by a car. She was starving. She had road rash, a broken hip, a broken fang, a toenail missing out of her back foot. So she had a lot of wounds and a broken hip, and she was emaciated and dehydrated because she couldn't hunt with a broken hip. Somehow, I do not know how she got over the chain link or under the chain link to get in our yard. Somehow she got in our yard. Yeah, we scooped her right up and got her to the vet, and they couldn't do surgery or anything right away because she was too emaciated and stuff, but they did do the sub-Q fluids and treat her wounds, and but they couldn't sedate her. You know, there was no way to sedate her, so we were limited on what we could do. And I nursed her back to health at home. She basically hung out up on the sofa. If she needed to go to the litter box, she would peep at me and I could set her down carefully on the floor. There was a litter box right there beside the couch for her, and she could, you know, I'd just set her in there and she would do her thing and then lay down, and I would pick her back up again and put her back up on the sofa. But yeah, I nursed her to health. She was probably 10 months old before she was safe for surgery. And basically at that point, they just needed to sedate her and smooth out the fang, and remove, I think they had to remove the rest of the fang, the root, because it snapped off right by the jawline, or the gum line. The toe had healed where the toenail was removed. It apparently got jerked out when she got hit, because it was a bloody mess initially, but they were able to clean that out and glue it the day of when I took her in initially. You know, but they you know, they did everything they could the day of, and then they did what they could when they were able to sedate her, because we were getting her spayed anyways. So anything that they needed to do while she was under for the spay, she did not have to have the hip surgery. It didn't break, it popped through. And they said if she started showing any signs of pain or arthritis or anything like that, to get her in, you know, that we might have to do something then, but that never happened. She never needed that. She did really well. And then, you know, she died of old age here about 4 years ago, or no, about 3 months before Sarah. Sarah died 2 years ago on the 4th of July. And she died about 6 months before Sarah. So that would be what, 2020? 4th of July of 2020, and then spring of 2020. We lost a lot of animals since shutdown, basically, and a couple prior, because at one point we had 9 cats and a dog, and they've all passed now because they were all elderly, had just reached senior citizen, or it was, you know, a couple of years into senior citizen years. When we moved here, we've been here 8 years, you know, and they all passed as seniors. Yeah, I've had some interesting rescue drama. You just do what you got to do. You do what's best for them, including if it's time for them to go, let them go. You know, you don't own them. You're steward to them. You've taken up the mantle of their care for their life, but they are not a possession. People that say I need to get rid of, quote unquote, get rid of an animal. Oh man, I just want to tackle them, you know, and just lay them out. Those words do not go with anything that lives and breathes. They just do not. That is an old toaster or an old pile of wood in the backyard. That is not a living, breathing animal. That grates my tush no end. You don't get rid of a family member. You just, ugh.
Yeah, Jazzy. I have, in my care, I have 11 kitties. 8 are mine, 3 are my roommates, and Linda, sorry, got used to that. He's hardly ever home, so they're mine. So I have 11 kitties I care for. Hi, Carol.
I currently have 2 cats, 3 kittens. Because last year, Esme won. And then this year, Jazzy, Miles, and Olivia, 3 kitten rescues. You know, you just roll with it. But yeah, they're all part of the family
Hey,
now.
Irene.
Getting a home for them during the current state of things, especially here right now, things are very, 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 very rough. Yeah, it ain't gonna happen. So yeah, they've just joined the family, and we're glad to have them. So, hello, Irene. Yeah, we weren't planning on having more than 2 cats, but yeah, we have 5, no 6, but that's okay. That's okay. You know, you can best laid plans. Yeah, it just doesn't always happen the way you plan it. So, you know, you roll with it, and that's okay. They're adorable when they're not being little monsters. But yeah,
Yep.
soon all of those hormonal organs will be gone, and they'll chill out. You know, right now they're just at that age. Yeah, she was, Jack. And she was the sweetest thing. Somehow, like her little vocal cords or whatever they've got in there was damaged with the hit by car, and she couldn't really meow. And what sounds she did have sounded like she had an Irish brogue. She had just very interesting character about her, and even injured, damaged like she was, just.
And Jazzy's like, wait a minute. I mean, Linda, I'll get used to this. And then the chats, I'm so used to calling her Jazzy. Linda is like, wait a minute. She was just making jewelry. Now what's going on? I'm making doilies.
Yeah. She's like me. She has to shift. One thing starts to hurt your hands too much, and you just shift to a different craft that moves your hands in a different way. I do that a lot. It is. You're losing a family member. Very much so. Yes. Even if you've only had them for a short time. I had a kitten rescue, Sis found coming home from work. And he wasn't thriving. I mean, he was doing well, but he had breathing issues. And, you know, first they thought it was cold, and then this, allergies, blah, 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 you know. And I'm like, do a radiograph. I want to see what's going on in there. And they did, and he had a diaphragmatic hernia. And it was too late. It was all up in there. They weren't going to be able to bring it back, and he was fading. And he would have
All
made
right,
it
Michelle,
the
you
weekend.
too. I'll see you around.
Take care, Miss Fix-It. yeah, he wouldn't have made it the weekend for surgery on Monday. And he was very small. He was very young. Maybe a month old. And the mortality of that procedure on that young of a baby is like less than 10%. And that's if they haven't already reached critical mass, and he had reached critical mass, so we just let him go that day. Took him in, seen it, and it's like, yeah, let him go. I'm not putting him through all of that. Recovery on that is huge. Yeah, it wouldn't have been fair to him. But yeah, so we let Felix go that day as a baby.
You
which
too,
was super
Chubby.
rough.
See you around in the chats.
Yeah, take care, Chubby. You know, I hated to do it. I'd totally fallen in love with him. I couldn't put him through that. Because his mortality chances were less than 5%. He didn't deserve that. He'd been through enough. He didn't deserve that. No. Let him be free. Let him go. I'll see him again. I can tell you now, I crossed them old pearly gates or whatever you call them. Yeah, better be ready. Be to the side, because there's going to be a stampede.
Me too.
Seriously. All the dogs and cats and other animals that I have tended in my life. Bunnies from the backyard, birds from the backyard, you name it. If it needed help, I tried to help it.
Bunnies. I've done bunnies, ducks, chicks, hamsters, gerbils, dogs, cats. Am I missing anything? I think that's about it. My cousins kind of took on all the rest of it. The more feathered and scaly and creepy crawly were my cousins.
Take care, Chubby.
Well, because he found the right human.
Yep. He got you wrapped around his little pinky paw. Or pinky claw, or whatever you call it. I'm not sure what you call it on a cat, but whatever it is, he's got you wrapped around it. But no, what was crazy with him was I'd had to have a heater repair guy over at that time when I was, nursing him and taking care of him. And the guy fell in love with him. And, he was like, do you have a home for him? If not, you do now. And yeah, when I called to let him know about the medical situation, my wife said I couldn't have him. I talked to her about it. When I went home, when I got home from work that night, I'm like, so it's been weeks and you haven't bothered to call and let me know that I still needed to be looking for a home for him? Really? But at that point, then it mattered. But it just really, he didn't have the time to just give me that call, Ooh.
Okay, so you prefer jazz? Okay, I can do that. Whatever you're comfortable with, that's good for me.
Yeah, that's cool. Yeah, I've had a lot of them over the years, and every one of them has a story. I mean, anybody that's done any of that knows that, every one of them has a story. Some stand out a little more than others, but you just don't forget. You don't forget those stories, whether they stay with you or they find a forever family through you. You're just a means to end goal, or if you are end goal, it doesn't matter. They all have a story. Just like every human has a story of their life, they have one too. And, it deserves to be acknowledged. It deserves to be heard. It deserves to be shared. And, that's their legacy, in a sense. I'm not big on legacy. I'm not big on leaving a huge footprint, blah, blah, blah. But they leave footprints on your heart, and your heart can handle it better than the earth can. The earth's got too many egos leaving giant footprints that it doesn't want or need. Mother Earth is perfectly happy just staying herself. But those footprints on the heart, they stay with you. And they make you grow, and they make you learn, and they make you be strong-willed enough to be able to let them go. And
they also make you able to help the next one when another situation arises even better.
Yes. Yeah. Most definitely.
I mean, even if it's just the strength of going through what you went through, if you hadn't gone through it before, the loss of especially a young one and stuff like that, that makes you, it's either going to make you totally turn away, or it's going to make you want to fight even more when you come across a situation. So
yeah, it's the emotional fight or flight. Either you fight and you're away from it, or you fight, and you're that much more eager and educated and wizened to help the next. And even in my crippled up state, I rescued 3 this year. 3. And 2 of them were bottle babies when they came to me. Even if it was just temporary. Like Miles, he was about the size of a 4-week-old, but his eyes had already changed colors, so he was at least 8 weeks. But he only needed to be on a bottle for a couple of days until he kind of started coming around and getting a brain again, because he was so flat out. Once he had the strength to eat out of a food bowl, he was done with the milk. He didn't want anything to do with it. I would prepare it and he would turn away. He wanted the food. So soft food it was. And then once he got enough strength to where he could bite into a piece of kibble, then we added kibble. But yeah, we had to basically baby steps with him, because he was just that wiped out from, parasites and all that. Parasites, and his sister was the stronger of the 2, so she got all the milk kind of thing, and he didn't get a lot, so he was stunted.
Cute name.
Which made him even more susceptible to the parasites, the fleas and worms and all that. I think the worms left him. He was getting so little to eat that he didn't even have anything to feed them. So yeah, they probably cleared out. He got dewormed anyways, twice. I always do it twice to make sure everything's gone. But they're all thriving now and old enough to get fixed. They require a minimum of 6 months old here to do spays or neuters. They don't do quote-unquote micro spay neuters, which is anything under 6 months old is considered a microsurgery. There's only one microsurgeon here in town, and yeah, they want insane prices. Bad enough, the regular ones. We're the higher end of the spectrum on spay neuters for the country, for a little pissant Kansas town. It's kind of crazy, but it is what it is. I might have to make payments, but I pay it. So, because it's what's best for them. It reduces their cancer risks. It reduces, it manages the population issues that are ongoing.
Well, other types of things too. and a lot of things in the system related to hormones and stuff like that.
Yeah,
It helps
yeah,
regulate all that.
yeah. Mellows them out. Gets rid of some of the kitty crazies. Not all of them, but some of them. But yeah, it's just healthier. Every animal that I have had has been fixed since, God, the Chihuahua mom had when I was born wasn't fixed. But, and then Pat, the Dalmatian that Dad had, he was the mascot for the fire department where Dad worked. He wasn't fixed. But after that, the whole spaying neutering thing had started to take hold in the 70s. And after that, every animal that we've ever had, my folks, myself, my sister, you know, they've all been fixed, you know. You know, as soon as it became a thing, because prior to that, it wasn't even on radar. You know, late 60s, early 70s, it just wasn't on the radar. And then finally they figured out, you know, we can make money if we do this, and it would help with population control. And so the whole spay neuter thing began here. I don't know when it began other places, but, you know, I don't know if it was slow getting here, but it finally got here. And so that's what we started doing. And, you know.
Yeah, Jazz, I have folks who come on here who have different types of rescues too. There's a lady who does horse rescue. There's another guy that does was it wolves?
Yeah, I think wolves and hybrids.
Wolf rescue.
Yeah.
And there's another person that has, and they have like
exotic birds.
Major rescue organizations and stuff like
Yeah.
that. And they
There's a
come in
lot
here
of,
just to chill.
Yeah. There's a lot of animal-friendly people, kind of in the crafting circle that we're in. You know, the channels that we know of that have craft hangout and that kind of thing. And yeah, it kind of covers the spectrum from reptiles to, you know, the furred and the feathered of pretty much any species. Because a lot of, you know, like the wolf rescue, they've also got other animals, you know, wild animals that they do.
Like Barbara helps an organization here in Florida that does the alligators. They do alligator rescue and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Relocation and rescue.
But yeah, if they're not they're just animal lovers. You know, like tend to draw to like, and yeah, a whole lot of critter lovers in our world. We're in both of our worlds, or however you want to phrase that. You know, I'm all for it. I do what I can, and just like everybody else. You know, we all do what we can within the constraints of finances or physical capabilities, or, you know, just location or whatever. You know, because it varies everywhere. Yeah, there's Barb, or there's Wolf.
Hi, Barbara. Oh, he does
Yeah,
a
that's
little.
Barbara.
Oh, it's more than gators, crocs, birds, lemurs, owls. Wow, and any other endangered species. Wow.
Yeah, knew what you meant, Jazz.
We're good at typo. It's okay.
She's just been gluing items and listening. Did you shower? Get your hair washed? I need to do that today too, because Sis and I are going to try to go together to do some of the errands tomorrow. Depends on how my body behaves. Day after a cold front. We'll see. But I'll get around and, at least not stink if I do get to go. And I don't think I stink right now, but yeah. Definitely need to wash my hair.
Yeah, this morning I did the major monthly shopping for the household. That's why I was late coming on today.
Yeah, I noticed you weren't on early this morning. So I figured you probably had something going on. I'll be right back. I gotta mute and blow my schnoz. Okay, I'm back. Me neither, Jazz. I always keep them indoor. I don't do indoor, outdoor. I don't do outdoor. Mainly, I don't do outdoor here because there's regulations against it because I live in a mobile home park.
Well, I do indoor, outdoor, because where I'm at, they stay on my property pretty much, and a couple of houses this way, a couple of houses that way in my park. So my neighbors already know me, know my animals. So.
Yeah, the ones here are all over the park. But, yeah, they know where to find their meals. And the park manager drives through the park like 3 times a day. Every park. There's like 7 parks here that they own. She drives through every one of them every day, multiple times. She starts seeing patterns and stuff like that. They come knocking. So, I got to be careful on how I do stuff. Because we own the trailer. But we're in a park. So if they evict us, can't afford to move the trailer, we're homeless. Yeah, so I've got to be careful. They're sticklers here. But I do what I can. I just have to be very tactful about it. Like a bird bath being a cat wing bowl. That kind of thing. Can't help it if cats drink from your bird bath, I can't say anything about that. That kind of thing. And with the drought we've been having, yeah. Otherwise, I have a heated water bowl that goes behind some shrubs that you can't even get to now unless you walk up the deck. They got blocked off by the ramp that was put in. And so I can have a heated water bowl behind the bush. The cats can get to it. Like I said, just got to be tactful. In part, that's why the deck was put in where it was put in. I didn't want the shrubs removed because that's my little safe spot for them. That can't be seen from the road either way. Because of the skirting that I put on the deck. They can't see from the main road, they can't see from the park road, so.
Smart.
Like I said, just gotta be tactful. But, oh, that makes sense, Barbara. These are just, domestic feral cats, or semi-feral. Most of them, if you can catch them, you can pick them up and they go crazy and claw you to death. They'll take a cuddle. Which tells me that there's other people in the park that are doing the same thing and have handled them and developed a trust with them. You know,
Hmm.
like I said, just got to be tactful about it. But yeah, I know I'm not the only one. You don't see underfed cats in the park, but yet you can't. You can drive through and you don't find a pet food bowl anywhere.
Yep.
You know, even if the dishes are put behind a hatch on your skirting that, you know, is an access hatch, but yet, you know, there's a gap in the skirting so they can get in around the hatch, but yet, you know, they know that there's like food and water inside where that hatch is, you know, that kind of thing. Enjoy getting Zaz.
Yep. Enjoy your
It
day.
started.
Come back anytime I'm on. Hang out and chill. If you ever want to come up and do whatever, let me know and how that works. Just drop me an email. My email is going across the screen. And I send you the link that way because I don't drop it in my chat.
Until it's top of the hour. Here comes the notifications.
Mm-hmm.
It was nice visiting with you too, Barbara. I haven't been able to get on here near as much as I was. My sleep hours are all out of whack. Part of it, and the other part, when I am conscious, usually I'm trying to get things done around here, and I haven't been online as much. You know, I've got a window here with reduced pain levels to where I'm a little more functional, and I'm taking advantage of that on trying to get this house looking more like a house instead of a warehouse. Because right now it looks like a warehouse / order house, because I was just gotten up to my eyeballs in a remodel when my back blew. So 3.5-year journey to get to what I have now, and I'm going to take advantage of it. So I sleep hard, I wake up and take pill and eat and do a breathing treatment, and I get busy, but today's a down day. I haven't been able to do as much. I've done some decluttering and low-key sorting, organizing, but I just haven't been able to do any heavy duty today. And I've still got some other things that I'm going to get done before I gas out. Take care, crafty songbird. Good gracious, Barbara. Just stack them on, why don't you? Yeah, I just got over a sinus infection. Or upper respiratory, not sure which. They're both treated with the same stuff, so. And they both affect my breathing. Yeah. When it rains, it pours. Jeez, girl. But I always get a sinus infection because of the fall pollen. And then I usually get one in around May because of the cottonwood trees. They both just set off my sinuses and upper respiratory. Usually if I have one, I have the other, but he didn't delineate this time, and I didn't ask. I just didn't care. It was just like, give me drugs and let me go home.
Well, her compounded issue is that she had cancer up in that area, so they took out all the stuff that helps block all the nasties.
Yeah. Well, I've had
so she
sinus
gets them
ablation
more often.
Yeah, I had sinus ablation because of chronic sinus infections. But now it's made me more sensitive to the pollens because I'm so blown wide open. I don't even have to go outside. Just the door fanning and it coming in on clothing and stuff, it'll set me off. If I go outside in the spring, in particular, I have to mask up. Spring cleaning in the yard for me has always been a masked adventure. Since I was in my 20s, I've had to do that. But here, where I'm at now, there's not as many cottonwood. The old house, my homestead house, where I lived years ago, and most of my life before that, even when I was married, there was cottonwood in our yard. There was 2 in the neighbor's yard on one side, and there was 1 or 2 in the neighbor's yard on the other side, and then 1 in the neighbor's yard behind that neighbor, and then a couple of them in the field behind the house. And it looked like it was snowing when the cottonwood burst. And I literally had to stay inside during that time. We'd keep watch on the pods, and if it looked like they were going to break, I didn't have doctor's appointments scheduled, anything during that time. And there's usually about 2 weeks that I just literally was homebound because I could not go outside. We couldn't open the windows, none of that, because it just hit me that bad. Because if I got a sinus or upper respiratory, stay home, treat it, try to go back out again, and if it hit me again, it would just go to pneumonia. I've had pneumonia at least a dozen times in my life. The first 2 before I was 2 years old. So I've always been sensitive in that regard. That and my skin. Basically from birth. I've always been kind of a sickly kid. So, my obesity, when I was young, it was caused because of my entire glandular system was a mess due to the skin condition and how it affects that. And they didn't know that. Back in the 70s, they had no clue. They didn't even have anything to give a kid that was, 7 years old that was having periods for pain and stuff. All you could take was baby aspirin. Felt a lot of good that did. It was kind of crazy. And yes, I started that early because of the whole glandular system being screwed up. So, which is why I don't have kids, because the system wasn't agreeable either.
Well, you needed to, I guess, expend your energy more on the furry babies.
Exactly. I get out and about when I can, and, I'm still as active as I can be. I'm not in a chair yet. They've been trying to put me in one since my late 20s, and I fought it for good reason. Yes, I might have more pain now than I would if I went in that chair, but I know for a fact that those chairs cause other pain issues due to the atrophy and stuff like that. So I think the pain levels that I have now, which are pretty insane, are better than what they would have been had I went in the chair. So,
Yep, that's why I've been fighting the chair too.
Yeah.
Yep.
So.
And it's so funny. Part of my errands this morning, I went to the pharmacy. And there's a new pharmacist. And we pull up in the car, and she's like, tell my info, and she's like, I have 14 medications. Yeah, that sounds right. She just looked at me like, really?
Yeah.
Okay.
They're used to me. My big pack day is a 17 prescriptions. And then the next week is I think 6, and then there's 2 or 3 stragglers. So
Yeah, I got 2 straggler ones.
Yeah, I have over 25 prescriptions, close to 30. So, yeah.
16.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's 16.
Yeah, I was there a few years ago. But, yeah. And I've culled some of them myself because they just keep piling them on. And I'm like, yeah, these don't agree with each other. There's contraindicators. Why am I taking both? So, I eliminate the one that is the less effective and talk to him next time I'm in there and say either you come up with something that doesn't contraindicate or, whatever we got to do, or am I just going to live with it? Because they're always trying to pull the nerve pain medications because those are the ones that contraindicate with so many other things. And those are the ones that I need the most. So those and the breathing ones, those are the 2 big ones. And then the diabetic, of course. So those are my top 3. The others are peripheral. And if I have to do without, I will to maintain the ones that I really need. Because, they just like stacking them on. There's been several that weren't effective that I culled out. And,
I think you said this too, that you're like me in this regard, that I'm better with older medications, older style medications, which means more medications to do the same thing because a lot of the newer ones are combined medications.
Yeah, they're compounds. Yeah, I don't do well with compounds because there's always something in the compound that doesn't agree with me. So, and they don't make a compound sans that one, so you end up going with individuals, and that's how you end up with so many prescriptions. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, we're both in that same bubble there. But, And like they'll prescribe me a new prescription, and I have the doctor write it down on a piece of paper for me. If it's just a Post-it, I don't care. It can be a napkin, I don't care. I go home and I research, and I pick it up next time I'm at the pharmacy, but I wait to start it until the weekend or whatever, so that Sis is home, and I make her aware, and these are the possible side effects. And, if it goes south, we have to do that because I'm hypersensitive to medications. They can't just, hand me one and I just start it and keep going on with my day. It has to be a day that I'm mentally aware. In other words, I don't have brain fog. Sis is home, so that if something does go awry, if I can't push my medical alert button, she can, get aid and all of that. It's an event to start a new medication. It's crazy. All of us girls, which is my mom and my sister and myself, are all hypersensitive to medications, and so is Sis's, or our brother, but it's her full blood brother. He's the same way. A lot of the issues that us kids have come from the same mom. My mom is a typhoid fever survivor, and they suspect that a lot of our issues are tied to the fact that she was a childbearing typhoid fever survivor, and that it left imprints on us medically that cause a lot of the issues that we have, because all of mom's kids have had health issues that were quote unquote unconventional, wackadoodle, outside the box. We don't fit in a pigeonhole. And they have found in the decades since that are tied to typhoid fever survivor mothers. So,
see, like with me, it's like I call him, I've said this on me before. I term myself a medical 5%er. If 5% of the population has an issue with something, medication or whatever it is, or can get something or whatever, I have to raise my hand and go, that might be me.
Yeah.
5% or less.
They have all these symptoms for medication. all these side effects and blah, 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 blah. And the one that they give me that has minimal side effects is the one that my body will go gonzo on.
Mm-hmm. Hi, Harold.
Hey, Harold. Hey, Chris. Hey, Brandy. Got a stack of them coming in.
Hey, Brandy. Hi, Chris. Yeah.
Yeah, and the side effects that I have, issues that I have, are never within the conventional parameters of the medication. It's like, no, that one doesn't do that. And I'm like, that's the only change that has happened, and this is what's going on, so that's got to be it. Because that's the only thing that's changed. Because I intentionally start medications to where they're the only change in diet, the only change in habit, the only change in anything when I start a new medication, so that I know that if something funky's going on, it's the cause.
Yep.
I've can't tell you over the years, doctors go, and I'm tired of hearing different doctors go, I prescribed that like water, and nobody's ever. Well, hello.
Oh,
This
yeah.
is me.
Yeah. That's me. Yep. If it ain't gonna happen, it happens.
And then I get them well trained, and life comes on, or insurance changes, or whatever, and then you got to try to train another one.
Yeah, that's a nightmare all by itself. Housebreaking a new doctor. Oh, God.
Well, especially when you're not an easy write the script and run patient,
Yeah, I'm a complex patient, very complex. There's certain medications that if they start me on, they want me to stay in the hospital for a couple of days while they do it. Because they know that other medications from that family of medications has affected me adversely enough to, end up with a 911 run or, whatever. And so, yeah, there's some of them that, and you get a new doctor and they don't know that and they haven't read your history. And, it's like, well, if you're going to start me on that, just plan on admitting me for a couple of days, because that's the only way you're going to be able to do it, because I had adverse reactions to this. And they're like, oh, well, maybe we shouldn't do that. And I'm like, is that the only thing available, or is there something else in a different family or class that, can be prescribed?
Right.
Well, your insurance prefers
Brandy,
you to start
honey.
with this.
Trust me, if I didn't have to take the medications I have to take, I would not be taking them, because I could be on more. That
Me neither.
if I just let them put me on whatever they wanted to put me on.
Yeah, I avoid prescription drugs. I have my whole life. But I'm at the point now where it's not an option. But I self-advocate vigilantly when they do need to give me something.
Mm-hmm.
I do my research, and I tell them, well, this one's in the same class as this, and I've had problems with this, so you probably need to put me in for a couple of days, or whatever. Yeah, I've tried that brandy. That was a huge fail. So yeah, I'm definitely at the point where it's not an option.
Well, I'm glad that worked for you, Brandy. I wish I could be in that boat.
Yeah, I was there in like early 30s. But yeah, that time's long past now. I'm early 50s, and yeah, not an option, because I've tried. Again,
me too.
In my later years, and yeah, total fail. And it's not an addictive response. It's literally my body requires whatever is in there.
In order to have
it's not
a
a get better
semblance
thing,
of a
Brandy.
normal
It's
life.
just managed. Yeah, it's not going away. It is what it is. I just roll with it. I'm old. I'm still here.
Yes.
And most days I have a brain, not always, but most days I have a brain. For which I'm grateful. But I don't have a lot of years, so I am at the end stages of life. Last few years kind of thing. And I've made peace with that as well. If people knew the level of pain that I live with on a day-to-day basis, Both of my shoulders are shot. They need replaced. My knee is shot, needs replaced. An elbow is shot, needs replaced. An ankle is shot, needs replaced. A hip is shot, needs replaced. And my spine needs fused. I cannot have any of that done. I can't even be transfused. I have a laundry list of conditions, Brandy. Yeah, I could write a book just on my diagnoses. Diagnoses and, you know, another whole chapter added on for all the doctors that manage it.
I've had
And,
two doctors turn around and tell me that my case history will be in books in the future.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I've heard the same. In fact, I think I already am. At least in medical journals, which I don't care to go find and read. Thank you very much, because I live it. I don't need to read about it.
Right.
But yeah, it is what it is. I don't let it stop me. I don't let it bring me down. Most days, some days, you know, everybody's got to have a pity me day. But mine's usually no more than a few hours. And then I have like a V8 moment, and, you know, it's like, get over it, woman, and move on. But like I said, it is what it is. This is my last life. So I'm doing the dregs on my life path list. And yeah, I'm going to make the best of it because I don't want to do this again. I'm ready to retire.
Poor Brandy came in going, oh, I'm going to come chill in this chat. And she came in the middle of this heavy duty conversation.
I don't see it as that heavy duty. It's just life. You know, like I said, it is what it is. You know, I make the best with what I got, just like anybody else.
In our position, it's a lot.
It is, but you know, the things that I have endured and the challenges that I have conquered and things in life prepared me to be able to cope now. You know, I see that now. I see, you know, this moment in time wizened me to be able to handle this current moment in time, you know, right. And stuff like that. I was a caregiver for over 30 years. You learn a lot and you grow up fast. It started for me when I was 11 years old and my dad's first heart attack. I was middle girl to that because my mom was legally deaf and she read lips, and a lot of the doctors at the VA back then were foreign, so they moved their mouth different. She couldn't read their lips, so I would have to repeat it to her so she could read mine. And also the hospital is 50 miles away in a bigger town, bigger city, state capital actually, and she didn't navigate big city traffic very well. Finding her way, you know, to the hospital, finding her way back to the hotel, whatever, you know, food joint, whatever. She wasn't good at that. So I couldn't drive because, again, I was 11 years old, but I could direct her where to go because geographically I was good at having a mental map on where everything was. She didn't, so we made it work between us. But yeah, at that point, I became a caregiver. You know, pretty much anything that happened with Dad, I had to be there so that I could, you know, repeat for her so she could read my lips. And if she had a question about something or anything like that and wasn't understanding me reading my lips, I would write it out for her. I carried a notepad. I just started carrying one of my own accord. I was like, Mom, we were in Topeka, out of town. You know, I didn't know, you know, I was pretty much terrified. But, of course, we are your friend, Jeffrey. Don't leave us, please. We love you, and glad to have you here. You know, don't let them get you. Don't let them get you. You just don't let them win. Let them be their petty selves and pity them. Pray for them. Because they're going to need it. Because if that's the way they're going to be towards humanity, it's not going to be good for them. So you pray that they find their way. And, you know, become kind and quit being that way. If they don't, then it's on them. That's their karma. Your karma's clean. You know. But yeah, stay with us. We love you. We don't want you going anywhere. And keep doing those sunset videos. Man, those are awesome.
I love them. I also love just when he's by the water with the sounds of just the water lapping onto the shore and all that stuff. Oh.
That kind of the ASMR thing. Yeah, those are cool. Yeah, love them. But yeah, I just told Mom one day, I said, we need to stop along the way and so I can get a notepad because we didn't have any fish, you know. I said, I just need a notepad and a pen. So we stopped, I think, at like a Walgreens or I don't know, some drugstore. I don't remember what it was. I was 11 years old. I don't even know if Walgreens was there then. But, you know, we stopped somewhere and I got, you know, a couple of notepads and a pen or pencil. I don't remember what, but whatever it was, I got it. And I would have that with me. I think I got a clipboard too. Or, I don't know, something. And, you know, I would explain to the doctor that she's legally deaf, that I need to communicate it to her. She can't read your lips. So please, you know, don't rattle through 10 miles an hour, you know, keep it slow and put gaps so that I can repeat it to her. And if they weren't compliant, then I'd nail them again with it. I wouldn't be quite as kind about it. And finally they figured out, yeah, you might be 11 years old, but you got balls of steel. And yeah, they figured it out because it was my dad and it was my mom, and I wasn't going to let them just roll them over. No. So yeah, I started growing up real fast then. But you know, I'm grateful for it because it made me who I am today. It made me the strong person that I am today, that can endure what I endure and overcome what I overcome and handle what I handle. That the super shy, chubby kid that I was before then would never have been able to do. I would have been cowering in a corner somewhere. So, you know.
My journey with my parents started at 14.
Yeah, not much older than
I get
me.
it. Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Brandy.
And even though I had 5 older siblings, I was the one.
So did I. I was the
that
youngest of
handled that.
6. Yeah. And it was put on my shoulders. Yeah, exactly. I had 5 older siblings as well. Or half siblings, I should say. I was theirs. Everybody else was his and hers from previous marriages. My dad was divorced because his wife was a cheater while he was in the military. And Mom was widowed when her husband had a appendix attack and died on the operating table. And she had 3 small children at the time. So, yeah. You know, everybody's got a story, like I said. But yeah, it was a pretty wild ride for him. Because Dad wasn't a very an emotional person. So what his ex-wife did to him really hurt him. And it carried over into his second marriage. And with these kids. Because he lost his girls. She got custody just because of the times. It's, I think, early 60s. And, you know, the kids just automatically went to the woman in spite of that kind of thing. He had visitation once a year because she moved out of state. They'd come and stay with us for like 2 weeks. And us kids had to understand that the focus was on them when they were there. And, you know, we just step aside. Yeah, we might be butthurt a little bit about it here and there because we were young, we were kids. But, you know, we'd get over it and move on. Another thing, you know, that added a few layers of steel to my kahunas was having the 5 older siblings that wanted to pick on me incessantly. And, you know, it is what it is. That's just life. Everybody's got a story, like I said.
Mm-hmm.
It's just what you make of it and how you walk through it. You know, are you going to let it beat you down, or are you going to grow from it, learn from it, become stronger because of it. And apparently, even in my shy, chubby, youthful ways, that's the path I took. That's the decision I made in the moment. And I think a lot of that was the devotion to my parents. And, my dad was down and mom needed help to navigate it. And you just figure it out. Exactly, Brandy. And I've made mistakes. Everybody does. But you learn from them, grow from them, become a better person because of them. You don't let them beat you down. You take advantage of the moment,
but
regardless of what
the
it
old
is.
saying about God only gives you what you can handle, and you go, man, he must think I'm Superwoman.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because some people's stories are not quite as laborious, I guess would be the word, as yours or mine.
But there's still
and
challenges.
sometimes when people hear stories like ours, it's almost like, and I stopped talking about these things a lot because a lot of people look at you like you're lying, so or making this up in your head that you got these delusions of grandeur or whatever you want to call it.
Yeah, I know.
And it's like
that's not me at all.
So I stopped talking about things a long time ago. And
for me, I didn't talk about a lot of things for a very long time. And now I share
had
because
a conversation about it. Right.
I share because it helps others through their path. Or at least I hope.
And I'm not even just talking the negative things in life, even positive things in my life. People no way you did that. Yeah, I did. I did that every year.
Yeah.
What are you talking? You didn't go apple picking every year?
No.
You didn't go. You didn't go strawberry picking every year? No. Okay.
I went next door to help the elderly neighbor pick her enormous strawberry patch, if that counts.
Okay. You didn't dress up as Ms. Claus. I got one. You didn't dress up as Ms. Claus and your brother as Santa Claus and go to a couple of children's homes and spend time there with the mentally disabled children who were left for the holidays on Christmas Day. Did you? I did every year.
Not to like a local organization, but my church had several kids like that I would focus on.
Just
yeah,
all kinds of stuff in general.
Yeah, everybody has that stuff.
But I ran into more people who don't. That's my experience in life. When I was younger, I talk about things with people, and like I said, they look at you like you're nuts, and it's like, okay, I'm not going to talk about any of this anymore because I don't want people to think I'm nuts. I'm telling the truth, but hey.
People can believe me or not. People can, try to condemn it or not. I don't care. It's my path. I share in hopes that others can learn and grow from it. If they don't, that's okay. If they hate it, that's okay. Everybody has their own choices. I choose to share. They can choose to learn and grow or accept it or honor it or ignore it. I don't care.
You didn't have 225 people at your birthday party every year? Oh, I did. You didn't have siblings who dressed up in characters or yourself?
I've never had a birthday party ever. Yeah.
Of a theme of a birthday party?
I went to a couple of birthday parties when I was a kid, but yeah, I never had one of my own.
Because my birthday is a couple days before Christmas. My mother held it the first week of December and said if my daughter was born in July, she'd get 2 gifts. So if you intend on giving her a Christmas gift, give her a birthday present first.
I think I didn't have birthday parties because I was so shy.
Yeah.
I didn't have a lot of friends because I was so shy. And I was so bullied, because I was so shy. So I didn't really have the friend quantity to have like parties and stuff. And I was okay with that, I did that too, Barbara. Being a member of Fiddlers, Pickers, and Singers, we went around to rest homes, three of them a month. We'd all get together and go sing them, country and folk music. And they loved it.
Okay, Brandy, you have a great day. I'll see you around in the chats.
Yes, Brandy, nice to meet you. Bye, honey. Good luck on your video. But yeah, I used to sing at the rest homes a lot. And then I worked in one when I was 16. That was the first job I ever had. Was nurse's aide in a rest home.
Yeah, and then I tell people, I didn't go because that was the summer my mother got really ill and passed. Had her first heart attack when I was 14. She passed in the summer of my 15th year. And I got accepted to the School of the Arts in Manhattan, which is the school that the movie Fame was and the series Fame was based on.
Yeah.
Very difficult to get into. 3 days of auditions. It's crazy.
Yeah. Yeah, it was like trying to auditioning for one of these competition TV shows that got kind of level of stuff even back then, which is pretty intense.
Well, it wasn't just singing, it was theory. It was, you had to basically prove you had rhythm. I mean everything you can imagine related
voice,
to music.
Rhythm, dance, whatever. Yeah, whatever you were pursuing in their curriculum.
And you had this, like one of the things was they tapped out a beat and you had to tap it out on the back of a chair with a ruler. They'd
with a what?
do a beat on a drum and you had to repeat it on the back of a chair with a ruler. Like, really?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, crazy stuff. I mean, like insane, crazy things. Then you
but that would be the economical way to do that test to see if you've got rhythm. That makes total sense.
So you would go and you had to come with 3 prepared songs that you had a list of, and you had to have. They had like a list of 50 songs, like standards from back in the day that you had to know as well. And they would select one of the ones, the 3 that you were mostly prepared with that you chose. And they would select 2 of the standards.
Yeah.
And pitch had to be, everything had to be perfect. I mean, it was crazy.
You had to be good.
Anyway, it was an interesting experience to say the least.
Yeah. They weren't taking, the half-ass. That you had to be really good. Yeah. Tom, the best of the best kind of deal. That's pretty awesome. But yeah, I enjoyed going around to the senior centers and senior homes, singing for them.
I think she had already left, Jeffrey, just to let you know in case she doesn't answer you.
Yeah. Yeah, it's been a few minutes since she put that post in. But I found out right away that they would often request songs. And so I started learning a lot more of the songs that were popular in their era, which for a young girl is a long time ago kind of deal. But I learned them anyways. If I had problems with something, I would ask the band to help me, and they would help me get it figured out. Usually it was just a simple pitch thing or something like that, because I do have a hearing impairment and some things just fall dead. And it's like, why is this not connecting? And, they knew me. They knew that I had those issues. I was pitch perfect, but I was tone deaf. Yeah, worked that one out.
Oh, because you heard it internally.
Yeah. Yeah, I would just figure it out.
You heard your vocal cords, not really so much your ears, but
yeah.
Yeah,
it was a different way of learning, but I didn't read music. I had to go by sound, but yet I was sound impaired. But in the end, yeah, finally, a few years of that, and I would just meld the notes with a center note that fit. And they were pretty astounded that 9 times out of 10, I picked the right note. Out of all the notes available, I would pick the right note that would meld. On occasion, it was one of those that was like a sharp or something like that, and I'd get it wrong, but it was a super easy adjustment just to, go up, half of or whatever, and then I'd be on it, kind of thing.
Half octave, yeah.
Yeah, there you go. I get the word. Like
Yeah.
I said, don't know music, but I had to took guitar in high school my freshman year, which that's the only year I went to high school. And
took
as
guitar
part
in
of our
college.
final, we had to play a song, and we could sing it if we chose, and I of course did that because it helped me, with remembering my notes because they were in my brain, and I had connected the note to the placement of your fingers on the on the guitar. So by hitting the note, I knew that that's the note that I needed to play, kind of thing. And yeah, he was astounded. He had me stay after school. He grabbed the chorus or choir teacher, which actually taught chorale and choir or chorus, and yeah, he wasn't impressed because I wasn't a preppy. I'm like, I don't know why you're going to bother, because this guy was down to earth. The other guy, which the guy that was actually teaching guitar was actually the band teacher. But yeah, he wanted the choir teacher to hear me. Like, I'm in choir. He knows how I sing. He doesn't care because I'm not a preppy. And he's like, yeah, but I want him to hear you anyways. I'm like, okay, whatever. And yeah, he just, like, well, I got to go grade papers or whatever. I don't know. Which I didn't care. I didn't figure he would acknowledge me because I wasn't a preppy. Yeah, he was that snooty. Mainly he liked the preppies because the preppies were skinny and blonde and beautiful, and he liked to dip in that pool, let's just say. I made too big of a splash, and not in a good way, in that pool, so he didn't want anything to do with me, and I was fine with that because I already knew he was a pervert, so it was all good. But yeah, I sang to the guy. The guy was just like, yeah, well, okay, whatever, and left. And I just told the band teacher, I said, yeah, let's not do that again. He's like, what's his problem? I'm like, I don't know. You work with him. I'm just a kid, But I said, I don't want any more to do with him. So, just leave it at that. I could be the best of the best in the school. He wouldn't care because I ain't a preppy. So, I wasted my time on him. He's like, well, that's a good way to think of it. But aren't you hurt by it?
Well,
like,
I kind of
no.
had a little bit of the opposite problem when it came to teachers. I wasn't preppy, but when I was young, I was thin and pretty. And
Yeah,
I
was thin and pretty
had
when I was like
a couple of
4.
teachers that crossed lines that, yeah, anyway.
Yeah,
The biggest
Yeah,
one I
you were-
remember was my high school French
you were one
teacher.
of the pool dips.
Well, no. Not even a toe went there.
You know
They
what I
walked
mean,
to
though.
the edge of the pool and I smacked them down them.
Yeah. Yeah, I only had that with fellow classmates because in grade school I was the first girl to get, girls. And last year of grade school I was the biggest pair of girls in the whole school, aside from one other gal that joined like 6 months before school ended that was bigger than me in the girls. And so yeah, the boys were always trying to cop the feel and stuff, and I just lay them out, and they'd be like, what the, and I'd be like, well, you kind of deserved it, didn't you? Not yours to play with. But yeah, that was an interesting grade school adventure.
My French teacher, what makes the French teacher the worst, because the other teachers over the years were more behind the scenes, subtle about it. My high school French teacher, my last name's W. begins with a W. So back in those days, everybody sat everybody alphabetically. So I was always in the back of the room, the last row, either the last or the second to the last seat. So every time I go in a new class, so for direction, I'd go in, I'd sit in the last seat in the last row. So I figured that's where I was going to be anyway. And this teacher came in the room. Well, he was there at the door. He greeted us all as we came in. I went to that corner. Everybody got in. And they used to have the books with the sliding cards for your attendance and stuff like that and your seating.
Yeah.
And so I saw him, he went to the bottom, pulled out a card, pulled the card out from the top, shoved it down there, shoved that one up there. Now, back in those days, I wore miniskirts. Anyway, so he goes, cards, he goes, Miss Wills, you're sitting on the wrong seat. I said, you sit alphabetically, don't you? He goes, I sit how I please.
Mm-hmm.
He says, you need to
he
be
wanted
right
you
here.
in
And
the
it was
front
the
rows
seat,
in the hopes of
front
being
row
able to get a
directly
peek
in
at
front of
skirt.
his desk.
Uh-huh.
And then I said, well, I moved and class settled in again. And I'm like, I'm the only one he moved. And I said, okay, so why am I up here? And he flat out said in front of the whole class sitting there, he says, because I like your legs. Could you imagine these days?
Yeah, we had some of those in school too. And yeah. You could always
These
tell the
days,
ones
oh
that
my
liked the attention,
God,
and you could always
my
tell the
parents
ones
would
that, yeah.
My parents would have been pretty well off from the school board these days.
Yeah.
But back then.
Hey, Tammy. Hi, Barbara. Have a good evening.
Hi, Tammy. All right, Barbara, you go rest, honey. I know you gotta be ready for later.
Yep. Yeah, there was
So
some
what's
of that
new and
going on.
exciting, Tammy?
Yeah, what's up in your world? My world's kind of boring today. Oh, here comes the rain. It's been kind of raining, but now it's raining, you know. I can hear it on the roof, which means it's pretty loud rain for me to be able to hear that, because usually I don't hear the rain. Oh, here comes the gully washer. I'm really hearing the rain now. Well, let's hope more hail balls go through my kitchen window. Had one of those in the spring. We got hail, like, I don't know, they were probably a good 1.75 inches across. You know, bigger than a golf ball. And one of them shot through my kitchen window screen and landed in my sink. In the middle of me calling an auction, no less. Yeah, that was interesting. Not a lot, just opening mail, got behind. How are y'all? I'm having a grumpy bone day, so I'm not doing a whole lot, but I'm good. Grumpy bones or not.
Yeah.
Yeah, the rain
I'm here.
coming means that the cool front's gotten here, so I'll let you get the heater on before too much longer.
Yeah, I'm on late today, Tammy, because I had some stuff I had to do this morning.
Domestic goddess errands. Yeah, that's tomorrow for me.
No, necessity errands, food, medication. Yeah.
Yeah, domestic goddess errands.
Slipped in a little bit of crafty items.
Oh god, yeah. Gotta be crafty. If I'm gonna go through the pain of getting out and getting around, climbing in and out of a car and blah 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 blah. You know, hauling stuff and everything. Yeah, there's gonna be something crafty in it somewhere. Even if it's just a couple little crafty tidbits from Dollar Tree while I'm there getting, you know, essentials and what have you from there. You know, they got a craft department now, so yeah, I'm gonna visit it. That and the seasonal, because the seasonal usually has crafty tidbits too.
Yeah, I've been watching kind of the things you've been buying, Lily. I have a feeling where some of those things are going to wind up. What some of those things are going to wind up being. Yes, it is. I'm glad you're happy about it.
I haven't been buying as much at the auctions. A little bit here and there.
Yeah, no, I'm not saying you're crazy. I'm just saying I've noticed you've been very particular lately, extremely particular lately about what.
Yeah, in
like,
part because
I could see.
So in part because I'm before.
No, it's almost like you've got one or two things that started out with purchases, and now you're building on those one or two things.
Yeah, I'm filling gap basically. Not really buying so much jewelry. Just the very occasional tidbit here or there to fill a gap on, you know, materials basically. And same with craft supplies, home decor, that kind of thing. Yeah, there's just not a whole lot that I need to buy right now, which is a good thing because budget's a lot tighter, so couldn't buy too much if I wanted to. But you know, because I got three kitties to spay neuter next week, and paying on the air conditioner replacement that had to be done in the spring or 4 months ago, whenever that was. Yeah, but I'm good with it, so, because I want to get this house organized and get all my supplies back to where they should be, so I know exactly what I have, because some of it's gotten astray from, you know, whatever the specific item is. You know, there's items that are a bit astray and not there because I couldn't access there, but they're all organized and bundled together so that when I can get there, they all get put away. But once I get that kind of stuff done, then I'll see what I have and refine what I need even more, because I'll be putting together, you know, project kits and things. But
right.
And if I have too much of something, it either gets donated to charity or mailed to somebody. Because, you know, if I don't need it, it ain't staying. And then there's some stuff that, you know, like I've got a bunch of silk flowers and a bunch of vases because I want to make arrangements. I've got seed beads to do French beaded flowers for some of the vases. That kind of thing. Once I've made up what I want to make up to suit what's needed for the home and the way it's set up, the rest of it gets donated or mailed off to somebody, depending on what it is. Because I'm not keeping a whole bunch of extras. There's certain things that I keep a big supply on because that's like my top 3 go-to crafts on the regular. Aside from that,
your sanity craft.
Yeah.
Right.
But yeah, it's gonna be a whole lot of culling and refining because there's like certain craft mediums that I just don't do anymore. So what I do have of that, it just needs to go. Just different stuff like that. Like I said, you know, what vases I decide to use, then what's left goes. Same with the silk flowers and whatever's, you know, I've kind of got several avenues of that. Seasonal decor, you know, I'll get all the Halloween together. I'll get all the Christmas together. I'll get all the spring or Easter together and, you know, go through it. And, you know, I want to have this here and I want to do this with this there and da-da-da-da-da, and the rest of it goes, you know. So once I'm able to get through those items, there's going to be a whole lot of floor space that's cleared up in this house because, because it's taking up a good bit of space. I've already culled my library, and some other things. Even my storage room where my tools and tidbits for, you know, home repair and stuff. moved from a foundationed home to a mobile home. There's a learning curve there on the way things are done in that type of construction. Some things I just don't need anymore. They aren't going to work here, so they go. Just stuff like that. But there's just a lot of that to do. I'd worked on the outside and got the landscaping and everything done, and that winter was going to come in and hit the house. I got done outside a little early. It was more in the fall, so I came in and started working in here. Well, one of the last projects that I did, I had to lift some heavy bags of, like yard stuff, wood chips or, concrete, the little stepping stones, different stuff like that. And a disc slipped out and it's protruding into my spinal cord. That occurred during a lift. And it was a healthy lift. I was always careful. I always wore a back brace. I always used my legs. I never did the twist, blah, 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 but it still blew. And the work inside, I was pushing through, didn't know what was going on, figured, it would just settle down at that point, and had the house torn up pretty good. And then my body said, nope, you're done. Because the inflammation in that area got a hold of the inflammation in my lower back that is chronic due to Tarlov cysts in my spinal cord. So yeah, that stopped me in my tracks. And for 3.5 years, I've lived in a house that looks like a warehouse because everything's all tore up. And now that I've had a procedure done on my spine that has reduced the pain to a degree, I still have pain. It's not going to go away, but it's more manageable and I can do a bit more. And I also have a full TSLO brace now to wear if I do lift anything, and I don't lift anything more than like 20 pounds on a good day. And I don't do repeat lifting and blah, 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 blah. So I have parameters that I have to work in to be able to work, but I am still working. I'm working on the house now, and I haven't been able to do that. And it's been driving me crazy because my house is usually, there's a place for everything, and everything is in its place for I am pissed.
I can tell. I can tell by your beads.
Yeah, it's getting back that way. It might take me the winter, but come spring, there's going to be a lot of difference here. If at all possible, there's going to be a lot of difference in the looks of this place come spring. So that's what I've been working on. That's my goal. 2 days ago, on the 8th, was my 6-week mark from the procedures to that's like my new norm. So I know what my new norm is. At about 4 weeks, I started tinkering, working around the house, kind of getting a feel for what my new norm is. Still learning a bit there, but not tons. I kind of know my stop point and know my limits. And, I'm working within that so that I don't further damage or whatever. And pushing through. But, that's what, I've been doing a lot of. That's why you don't see me on YouTube as much, because I'm not on here. I'm working on the house. And it's probably going to be that way for a good bit of the winter. And if I can get my craft room back the way I would like to have it come spring, I'll be on craft hangouts a lot more. I'll be doing even more mediums than I was doing before because I can get to my stuff.
Right.
So y'all will get to see a lot more of the crafty me. And I'll be able to take the laptop in and work from my craft room instead of, a little table here in front of the sofa.
Right.
I'll have my big table and I'll have all my stuff. And that puts me even closer to the modem, so my internet will probably be even better. So that's my goal. And I would like to be there by Easter. That's my goal. So,
Okay, so by next summer, you should be a regular. Gotcha.
Hopefully.
Right.
Yep. I'm working on it. It's slow. It's going to be baby steps all winter, but I'm good with that. Right now, I'm sorting and organizing and prepping things. Sis is going to be off on work break for like 2 weeks during the holidays, Christmas to New Year's. And plans for assist from her on some of the more heavier duty things. So I'm trying to do the organizing and culling and sorting that I need to do in preparation to be able to accomplish a lot through 3, maybe 4 days, where we're more focused on my projects during the 2 weeks that she's home. And, you know, there's other things that she does on those breaks, like she scrubs all the carpets, and, you know, depending on the weather, if there's any tail end or leaves that need to be picked up, she'll go grab, you know, go do that. You know, there's other things that she has planned, but so I don't want to take up too much of her time with it, because she's doing other things for the household. But, yeah, just dedicate, you know, just a few days to me, and so that we can do some of the heavier duty, like furniture moving, things that I can't do because of my back. You know, we use everything. We use sliders, and, you know, I've got a dolly, I've got a trolley, you know, all these delightful things that we can use to lighten the load and make it as easy as possible. But even with those, I can't do that stuff anymore. I have to have an assist. So, and those are the things, you know, she's not like sitting down and sorting and culling and all that with me because she has no clue. But if I can have all of those things in order so that when I do have that bit of time, you know, moving shelves, moving cabinets and different things like that that need to be shuffled, pulling all of my fabric totes out and lining them up in a space that I've cleared so I can go through and cull those. You know, that's the big one that I want to do over the holidays, if at all possible. So I'm trying to get the space cleared in the craft room to be able to line them up on a particular wall. I want to do the quilter's cottons first, and then I can do all the other synthetics, because those are generally lighter totes and there's a lot less of them. She might have to bring them in and set them up for me, but, you know, but yeah, I want to do the quilter's cotton cull. You have no idea how much quilter's cotton I have. But there's just certain stuff of that I don't need anymore. And then there's other things, like I've been picking up a few tidbits from Josie from her sales, that are filling gaps to complete projects.
Like I said, I've been kind of looking at what you're buying here and there lately, and I'm like,
yeah, it's pretty specific.
Yep, she's looking, definitely a specific toward a goal there.
Yeah, it's very specific. But yeah, you know me, I've got a plan of attack, and that I have been working out in my head for 3.5 years, you know, and modifying it along the way as I'm finding out that, no, that ain't gonna work, or yeah, that will
once
work,
you're gonna be ready to explode, it's gonna be at least 6 months of nonstop for you.
Yeah, it's gonna be total organized chaos for a while, and then all of a sudden it'll just come together because of the messes that I have to make to sort and cull through, you know, large collections of various things. But yeah, all of a sudden it'll just come together, and then, you know, it's just the refining. You know, well, this organizing type system just doesn't quite work like it did before, so I'm going to change it up to this or that, you know, just that kind of thing. The piddly stuff, which I can do, you know, indefinitely. I'm constantly improving on organizing stuff. I'm kind of OCD about that. But yeah, this winter, it's getting through the messy stuff and into the end goal there. Then the piddly stuff that's left over, I can pick through, you know, my leisure. But yeah, the messy, to reach that point where it just comes together. That's where I want to be by Easter, is the comes together part is done. And then the little peripheral stuff can come after. I'm okay with that, because I can do that on a rainy day or whatever. But, you know, there won't be a whole lot of that because I'm so OCD on organizing as I go. And labeling and blah, blah, blah. There won't be a whole lot of that. But yeah, I want to be at that, you know, it's all come together phase by Easter. So I can hope and I can try my best, and that's what I'm going to do. And when I sink my teeth into a project like that, I'm pretty tenacious in spite of pain, but I'm not going to overdo where I pay for it where I can't finish, you know. So however frustrating that might be, I am disciplined enough to go there. So looking at the little baggies. Cute. But yeah, I look forward to that point. That's gonna be like Christmas for me, is reaching that it all comes together phase. Oh, neat.
Yeah, this Debbie and Max. I always find these great cat pins.
Yeah, they have a lot of great
Cats
pins.
or whatever you want to call them.
Yeah, cats, owls. They get a lot of those because they know they're popular. I bought a fair few too. All of my brooches and pins are in a drawer in my jewelry cabinet. Over at the old house, I built a set of French doors and I did fabric on the doors instead of glass. And on the inside, well, on one door it had a cat door in the bottom, but the rest of it I hung all my brooches on. They were all pinned to the fabric, and I don't have that here anymore. Still trying to come up with the perfect display type thing that would work here, but I can't really do that until I find out how the house is going to fully come together. You know, get to that, you know, it all comes together phase, not just in my craft room, but the whole house.
I got that one from my roommate because one of his babies is a chubby wubby.
Yeah, chubby wubbies happen. I try to avoid chubby wubbies as much as possible because I've had a diabetic chubby wubby and learned my lesson. So,
well, luckily she's good. She's not diabetic. She's healthy. I mean, but she's big.
She's just chubby wubby.
Don't know.
Yeah, that's my Aston. She's not obese, but she's not skinny. You know,
this one's obese. She's a big girl, but everything's normal for her. Yeah. Everything's fine.
Ooh, cat in the moon.
Come on.
A witchy pin.
Oh, come on. There it is.
Celestial. Love that.
But,
I'll get there and then I'll figure out a cool way to display them and build it and put them on there, and even if it's just like, you know, building.
Yeah, I just got them up here for now. I mean, I am gonna eventually do something different, but.
Well, I mean, like the door going into my bathroom from my bedroom is so annoying. But I could build something similar to what I built over at the other place, the French doors with the fabric, and display them there. I don't know if there'd be enough space though, because I got a lot of pins and those would be too skinny little French doors. I don't know. I'll figure out something. I've got like some curtains on some bookshelves. Maybe I could do something there. Build, you know, like a pair of French doors on the bookshelves and hang them on there or something, you know, because I've got like one wall in my bedroom is 5 bookshelves, full-size bookshelves standing side by side against the wall. It's just like a wall of bookshelf, and that's where I'm going to be displaying my dolls and what have you. But the 3 in the center are going to be doll display, and then the one on each end is going to be like storage. And I have curtains made for them, but I could change it up and repurpose that fabric into French door panels, or something, you know. I'll figure it out. That's kind of the direction my mind has been going, and it wouldn't take that much for me to build the doors and install them on the bookshelves. I know how to do that because I would. I've built furniture before, so a pair of doors on a piece of furniture is no big deal. It wouldn't be super fancy, it'd be simple, but you know, it'll be nice and routed and pretty, and have the fabric inserts or something. I don't know. Something will come to my mind. I'll get an epiphany as things come together. as the craft room comes together, there's one chest of drawers in my bedroom that is stopping me from finishing my bedroom, but I had no place to put it in the craft room next to its twin. Once it moves, then my bedroom can be finished. And I think as I do that, yeah, the idea will strike, because they will be displayed in my bedroom. Unless I get a different epiphany and they end up being in the craft room. Who knows? We'll find out. The saga continues. I'm just excited to get it together so that I can enjoy the home instead of constantly be working on it. Because it was a fixer-upper when we bought it. It's still a fixer-upper. There's still major work that needs to be done on it, but I can still get the house put together. You know, and work on those things as finances allow, you know. Like, I want to replace windows, I want to remove the patio door and install a regular door. And then, you know, maybe a little window or something that's in the dining room, which I'm converting to an office with a partition wall, a half partition wall, and then remove the patio doors, put a regular door in with a screen door, and then I'm debating on whether or not I want to do a little window.
Hold on.
Because if I do a window in there, there'd be like a platform cat to get up there and lay down, which means they're going to be like jumping off the desk or something like that, you know. It's the logistics of it as to whether or not I do a window in the office. Kind of hard to concentrate on the major paperwork when you got a cat bouncing around or jumping off of that platform and trying to land on your head or something. Because if I did a window, it would be an upper window. It wouldn't be a full window. You know, it'd just be like one of those skinny ones across the top of the wall. Or I've even thought about like one of those little hexagon. There's a ship name for those windows. Portal window? I don't know. There's a name for it, but I can't think of it. Yeah, there's a name for it. No, the ones I've seen are hexagon. They show up at auctions a lot here. New in box.
It could be hexagon too, but it's not
for like $10.
square.
I don't know if they're still there now available, but they were pre-Rona. You find those constantly at auctions and church rummage sales for like $10. You know, they sell for like 200. Yeah.
Yeah.
So if I could get one of those, you know, or something, wait and see what comes along. Could be they'll have a mobile home that they're gonna take apart and haul out of here, and I could catch a couple of, you know, windows. I'd like to add a little bathroom window in my bathroom, but it's up high and it's the milk glass etched, you know, you can't see through it.
Right.
Just to have some natural light in there, because there's no window in my bathroom. It's light from the east door or from my bedroom. You know, when the doors are closed, it's dark unless you turn a light on. I like natural light. You know, I like to shower with just natural light. So that kind of bugs me. It's kind of like showering in a cave. So I just want to add a little natural light, but it doesn't have to open or anything. Just a window to let some light in. But something skinny and, you know, the etched milky glass that you can't see through. So, you know, and it would be up high on the wall. So they'd need like, you know, a 12, 15 foot ladder to be able to get up there and try to peek through a window that you can't see through. Yeah, I'm very security oriented. Was raised by a locksmith, so yeah. Even on a limited budget. Yeah, don't try to come in my house, because yeah, it's freaking booby trapped. Besides cats coming after your ass, yeah. There's their surprises, but you know, I just want to have it done, you know. At least, you know, live in a bowl that, you know, it looks like a home instead of a warehouse.
Right.
This is driving me nuts. It's not good for my mental health. It's got to go. Miles is all up next to me asleep here. Tickling his
Yeah, I
toes.
got one of those 10-drawer organizers putting together right now.
Oh, cool. Yeah, I think I have plenty of organizing things. I mean, like the plastic white and semi-clear drawer. It's like a white open frame thing, and then like
Well, these are
semi-clear drawers. The 3 drawers and of tabletop size clear down to floor size, and I've got multiples of those. They show up at thrift stores.
Yeah.
Well,
Well,
one
this
of those
is the
three
metal
drawers.
rolling. It has
Yeah, I've got
rainbow
some of
drawers,
those too.
different color
Yeah.
drawers.
Yeah, I've got some of those too.
I got a heck of a deal on it, so
Yeah,
couldn't pass
I got
it up.
mine at Aldi's. They had it on sale. I think I paid like $12, and it's a double. It's 2 rows of 6 or 8 drawers. I don't remember. It's back in the corner in the craft room, full of my plastic beads. That's where all my plastic beads are stored. But oh, bummer, Jazz. Yeah, that's what we are now. It's been raining, and the cold front's moved in, so the temperatures drop about 20 degrees.
Aw, poor Jazz. Oh well.
It happens.
Yeah, but I know
Yeah.
how it is to like to go and get a good sit outside in a nice day. you
Yeah.
know?
Yeah, it tanks. Yeah. Yeah, we still have those days. We had a couple of warm days, and then we're now back into cool from the cold fronts coming through. And, last month it was like 4 warm days and 3 cool days, and now we're to 2 warm days and 5 cool days, and it's just gonna fizzle out. Winter's coming, but it is what it is. I'll just look forward to spring and muddle through winter just like everybody else. I mean, as my body adjusts to the colder temperatures, I'm kind of on the tail end of transition. It's taken me a little longer this year because of the procedure and the recovery from that.
Mhm.
It's kind of extended my adaptation to the seasons. But I'm getting there. Probably by the end of the month, I'll be settled in, and my body will be more amiable about the colder temperatures. At that point, the only thing that'll phase my body and cause like a pain rip day will be like a
They
polar blast that
lied,
goes
they
through,
lied.
or if I have to be out in it for several hours trying to work on something, like the car breaks down, or I'm fortunate enough to be able to try to help pick up leaves this year, or whatever, then I'll probably pay for it for a few days, but otherwise, my body just settles into it. It's just taking a little longer this fall, but when I signed on for the procedure, I kind of knew that way it was going to be, so I was mentally prepared for it. So it hasn't stopped me; it just slowed me down a little longer.
Well, shoot.
Bang!
Can't find my wheels. Ah, they're there. Okay.
Yeah, they're not very big. They're pretty small.
At least I found them. I'm like, wait a minute. Thing said it came with wheels.
Yeah. They're. If I remember right, when I put mine together, they were like in a little baggie that's like maybe 3x4. They're very small
Decent size.
wheels.
I just
Well, yours has bigger
Interesting.
wheels than mine. Mine's got these little dinky buggers. I
No,
mod
this is,
them, Jazz, but
pretty-
I don't.
pretty
I'm not a
decent
reseller
size.
anymore. I haven't resold since the 90s. I'm a retired reseller. But Stacey does. She does sales with
pretty big.
Barbara. Yeah, you got the multicolor. Mine are all clear. Or the, translucent.
Yeah, I participate in other people's sales. I do sales with Barbara, and I also am on Countess April's Friday night.
Cool. I didn't know you were on April's now. I knew you were on Barbara's. Man, I am out of the loop, ain't I? Probably am going to be throughout the winter because, yeah, I'm just not on as much.
Yeah, well, Barbara, I'm on Wednesday at noon now. And if I'm up to it, on one of her evening ones. But we have our own Wednesday at noon on her channel. And then Countess April started the open panel. So I've been participating in that.
That's awesome. Gives you more opportunities.
Well, yeah, and my channel, like I've always said, I never wanted it to be a sales channel. Mine is the escape from the sales channel. Right.
Yeah. Yours is the respite from the resale world.
Right. I mean, the least that I hate. And get to know different people too, or get to know the same people. And I'm breaking up. Differently.
Jeffrey says if he has power tomorrow night, be there in the chat. Cool.
Cool. Hey, every bit of support's good. I appreciate when he comes in to support.
But yeah, I used to resell in the 90s. It kind of, I don't know, morphed this way, then morphed that way. I've displayed stuff in a store that I was managing that I had permission from the owner to do so. I've done the craft circuit with the tents and the tables and the setup and all that. I've done a booth in, you know, like a flea market type place.
Yeah, I've done craft circuit. Yeah.
Yeah, I did all that stuff in the 90s. Sold online.
The whole
Books on half.com before eBay bought it and absorbed it. You know, it was back when it was its own entity.
Well, Tazzy, see, I look at things. Everybody looks at how auctions are, quote, supposed to be. And for me, when I go on auctions, I'm not a face auctioneer. I'm an item auctioneer. I'm not selling me, I'm selling my product. So when you see me, you see my hands, you see my item. You don't see me. But a lot of channels
other than a hello or goodbye wave, I'm dark screened and all you hear is my voice. Because, you know, I'm calling the auctions. I've called for Stacey. I've called for a lot of people.
There's a lot of channels that always want you to have face. And it's like, to me, I don't think that's 100% necessary.
Yeah.
You know, to me, I mean, if you think, okay, I get maybe showing your face at the beginning or whatever for a moment. I get it.
Yeah.
So some people like to see who it is, but I don't think it's necessary through a whole entire auction to be looking at a camera and performing like a performance animal for them.
Yeah, I've never done the performing thing. I just do me, and if people don't like it, then I'm not the mod for them. But I used to do on camera. I have an eye that autoimmune went after, and I have to have my lamp behind me, which means it glares into the screen. So I started just going dark screen. I'll have my camera on, you know, like I said, for a wave or a short visit, or if I'm talking about something serious that I feel that my face needs to be seen so they understand the intensity of my, you know, feelings about whatever the discussion is. That's happened on occasion. But yeah, otherwise I'm mostly just dark screen, but I'm just me, bedhead and all. Hi. Yeah, I ain't pretty, so I don't care. I'm me, take it or leave it. That's the way I've always been. So
you're pale, old, and wrinkly. So are a lot of resellers.
Yeah. I'm 53. I don't look 53 because my health is what it is. And this is Sable, by the way. My current alpha at present, but Esme will soon take over. which is a year and a half old that I rescued last year. But yeah, this is me. I don't care what people think. You know, I'm not gonna put on a fancy face and fancy nails and yada 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 and put on frickin' YouTube. It's not prime time. Take it or leave it, you know. And that's the way I've always been. That's the way I'm always gonna be. And if people don't like that or like me because of that, then that's okay. You know, not everybody has to like you, you know. It is what it is. I've been attacked on here. It don't matter.
I have my picture in my avatar.
Yeah, and that's me.
You really want to know what I look like? It's there. I showed my face a couple of times, and that was only because I was working on another person on auctions who wanted me to show my face in the beginning of the auction. And so I did it a couple of times on here just to try to get the feel for it, because that's not what I'm used to doing.
Yeah.
I could sit here and talk all day like this. Put the camera on me. It's not that I'm scared of it. It just
it's not necessary.
Yeah,
I've been full camera before. Been interviewed on channels before. You know, kind of ran the gamut. The only thing I don't do is my own content. I don't want to do content. I'm not interested in doing content. I don't care how much people think I should do content. It ain't gonna happen. If there's gonna be content, it's gonna be on somebody else's channel, like a craft tutorial like I did. I did one of those here a few months back on Designs and Do-Overs channel, on making beaded bracelets. You know, it's not necessary. Mm-hmm. I mean, you've seen when I'm on screen that I've got a lamp behind me and it puts me in shadow and funky, and that's because I need it to see the keyboard, but I can't have it in front of me because light affects my eyes. I have to wear heavy dark sunglasses when I go outside now because of the eye, you know, and what have you. Jazzy, I have relocated my shoulder while calling an auction because they slide out, because they're shot. All the main components that keep them in joint are gone.
Yep.
And they will just slide out.
Yep.
Yeah. And I have relocated a shoulder while calling an auction, and they didn't even know it because my tone of my voice didn't even change in spite of the pain. It is what it is. It's me. Take it or leave it. You know, I'm just who I am. I'm not going to change myself as a persona for YouTube. That's not me. It'll never be me. When I used to sing and do solos,
right,
and all of that stuff,
that's the way I feel.
It was me. Plain and simple. You know, the only thing that I occasionally change is trying to avoid cussing on channels.
They had the required whatever. You got to wear the black skirt and the white blouse and the tie or whatever.
Yeah, I've never done that. You ain't gonna get me in a skirt. I haven't worn a skirt since a wedding in 2006, and it was a broom skirt because that's all I wear is broom skirts.
I mean,
I have two in my closet for special occasions. Yeah, never worn the ones that I have, because the one that I went to the wedding for, you know, I lost 120 pounds. It didn't fit anymore, so it had to go. The fabric got repurposed into like doll dresses. So I don't do airs.
Also,
I don't. I never have.
Some
I never
people
will.
literally can't do the camera. They literally freeze. They can't do their face on the camera. It just doesn't work.
I've never had a problem with that. I've never been camera shy.
They have awesome product, and they're awesome when the camera's not in their face.
I generally pants, capris, shorts, skirts. That's just extra fabric. Drives me nuts. I have to be careful about what I do wear. It has to be or 100% cotton knit or cotton blend, but it has to be at least 60% cotton for me to be able to wear it because of my skin condition and what my body does with fabrics that it don't like. You know, I can't wear rayons. I can't wear traditional
Anytime I
jeans or
ever
anything
have a
else that
skirt on it,
binds.
and it's rare,
Yeah,
it's extremely special
just-
occasion.
So it is what it is. I'm sitting here in a scrubby spaghetti tank that's got holes in it. It's about shot, but it's comfortable and my skin likes it. So
Now, when I was younger, whole different thing.
but I don't care. My avatar is me in, I think, 2001. I had some professional
I was a mini
pictures
skirt
taken.
wearer, high heels, all that stuff. But
That's the last picture of me. That's the most recent picture I have. It's 20 plus years ago. That is my natural hair color. I didn't dye my hair. I do have long nails. They are not fake. They're natural. I was able to paint them back then. I can't do that now because the COPD nail polish and nail polish remover don't agree with each other.
oh, okay.
So I don't go there. I want to try that gel stuff.
okay.
It's non-toxic, but I haven't been able to afford to buy any of it.
Kim's
I want to get
okay.
some of that because I think I could probably wear that. I love painting my nails. I have natural long nails. They're not long right now because I just cut them last week, but it's the one vanity that I do have.
You know,
my nails.
Jazzy.
I don't do all the gems and fancy. I just paint them.
You might want to get a hold of Countess April, or I don't know if you know Countess April, or It's About to Get Real's Kim, because they do a show Friday night. It's an open panel. You go on a half an hour. You're not obligated for a full length show. They don't care if you show your face. Shoot. I even craft, but I don't do the nail thing either. So, no.
Well, that was the
I don't
one
do
thing
that.
that I was able to enjoy vanity-wise, because, yeah, otherwise I'm kind of an ugly mug, but I just always enjoyed doing my nails. I don't know. I mean, I didn't care if I went out and they were chipped. I would have freaking talons, painted talons wrapped around a reciprocating saw, ripping out a wall someplace. You know,
Right.
You know, I'm not into the dainty pretty too much. You know, I wear jewelry. Clothes, I tend to be more sporty with my look. But
Not me
I
either.
inherited them. Both my mom and dad both had long, natural nails. You know, of course,
You
dad
know,
didn't
I've
keep his as
actually
long,
been
but-
thinking, and I don't know, because Cheryl, I've actually been thinking about something, and it's kind of been on my mind, because Jazzy is not the first person who's kind of expressed this kind of thing to me. And I
Mhm.
saw, I didn't want my channel to be an auction channel. But I feel bad for those who can't
venue.
feel comfortable enough on their own and can't find a home comfortable enough,
Yeah,
but still want to be
permanent
resellers,
venue. Yeah. Hey, you do what you want to do. If you do that, you'll be good at it. You know, it's just up to you. You could set up another channel and do that as a sales channel. Or you could use this as your sales channel and set up another one for your craft stuff. You know, if you wanted it to be separated. Or you can just do it all on here.
Yeah,
You know?
I thought about doing the second channel. But
Yeah, you've got a lot of variables there. You're not looking at trying to get monetized or anything like that. So I
no,
don't think it would be a big deal to just do it all in one channel. You know, you could have one thumbnail for sales, another one for craft hangout. And that delineates it for you right there. You know, simple as that.
but I don't want to disappoint, because my whole idea of this was not to be that.
Yeah. Like I said, it's up to you. It's your channel, your life. You do it the way you want to do it.
It's
I'm
not even
just
so
saying
much
that
for
if
me
you
to
do
sell on
decide
it,
to go
but
there, you'd
to
be good at it.
to give a newbie a chance to do something somewhere
Mhm.
in a lot less stressful environment before they're thrown in with the wolves. You know what I mean?
Yeah, the bigger channels that do like the seasonal big venue marathons and stuff like that, those are, that's the wolves. And you need regular practice and get more comfortable before you go there, because they'll scare you off. They're pretty intense. Yes, it is, Jazzy. When I first started calling auctions, I'm comfortable doing it, but I just had to find my rhythm, I guess. And my rhythm is my rhythm. If my rhythm doesn't fit your channel, then I'm not the mod for you. That's just, I've always said that about it to anybody. There's certain people I will not accept a bid on. Even though I'm not a reseller, I won't communicate with them. They've burnt that bridge. You know, just in socialization on here. This is social network, you know. There's certain people that they just, no, I don't want anything to do with them. If I'm gray on a channel, they're blocked where I can't see them. I can't do that if I'm blue on a channel because it blocks them on the whole channel. And if the host doesn't want them blocked, it's not my place to block them. So I have to put up with them to a degree because I'm blue in a lot of places because I've modded all over YouTube in the resale community. You know, there's people that I've forgotten I modded for. I've modded for so many people. You know, it is what it is. You know, and that's just something that I have to deal with because I'm blue in a lot of places. But yeah, if I'm gray somewhere and they show up, yeah, I hit that button. It's like, no.
You know, and I'm not saying I can guarantee that they're going to have 50 people show up and everybody's going to buy and all that kind of stuff. No, it'd be
small scale.
It kind of would be more about just the experience of going through the paces of an auction, you know?
Yeah, process. You might not sell a thing a few times, but you just push forward because once word gets out of what you're selling.
Because there are those that do help people, but it's somewhat crash course, you know? Where I would be more of, hey, whenever you know, I'll set up maybe a day or something. And if you want to come on, do a half-hour slot or whatever. But I can't do like.
Well, to initially get them going, you could just bring them into Restream and not even go live with it, and just go through the motions before they actually go on a live sale, and get them more comfortable with just the process. Let them find the rhythm before they even go live. You know, I've always wondered if that wouldn't help some people, but nobody's willing to offer it. That is a niche that you could offer here and there for people that might need that to help get them there. I
mean, I will tell you, Kim and April do that too, behind the scenes. Yeah. Try to get
some people are starting to do that now, but for the longest time, no, you just got thrown to the wolves. You decide you need to sell stuff, and they just dump you in the pile, and you get
everybody was like
way
that.
To the surface. Yeah, but there's a lot more people that are doing it now, and because of that, there's a lot more people that are compassionate and willing to go there, you know, and go through those paces to help somebody, you know, find their rhythm and get comfortable before they actually go live. And like Stacey said, you don't have to be on screen. You can have a secondary camera that just is facing down on a surface and just show your wares there. Depends on what you're going to be selling. Some things are so big that doesn't work. So you have to be able to, you know, show them. And that's when you can do a light box and change the position of your camera, or you can show your face.
Yeah,
and hold them up.
Depends on what you're selling, exactly.
Yeah. Look at the logistics of how people do their auctions and see with what you have and what you're going to be selling, what would work
I do a lot of small
for you. And then, you know, the details can be worked out in StreamYard to get your lighting right, to get, you know, blah, 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 so that when you're showing, you know, where people can see it well. And yeah, like Stacey's doing right there. She's just panning it up and down to get the full image instead of having it further away and you can't see the details of the piece. Stuff like that.
Right.
It's just logistics. Yeah, exactly. Right. You don't have to be on camera if you don't want. It's just having the equipment and the setup to be able to show items. You know, like in one of those little boxes that they make out of the white foam board with the light, or down screen, facing down on a table, like
I'm on a tablet.
Well, like Mr. Jim does.
I have no fancy setup.
Yeah, me neither. I mean, I have the camera on the laptop, which is what I used a minute ago, and then I've got a down-facing camera. Most important thing I could tell you is
when you're showing things.
Yeah.
You gotta have, it's either gray or beige in your background. Don't use black and don't use white.
Yeah.
Because
White
either one will either
glare and
reflect
black
too much light,
washes out color.
absorb too much light.
Yeah.
And screw up anything you put in the camera.
Yeah. Especially if it's jewelry. But most things don't show well on black on these cameras in this type of setup. And then white just washes everything out and causes too much glare. And, you can't see what you're looking at. It's like having a flashlight glaring on something, you can't make out what it is because it's just like, makes you snowblind, White background does that.
Because I'm not
Unless it's like a muted one, like
person.
a terry cloth towel. That works sometimes.
Yeah, I'm not a name person, but there have been people who I've gone into their sales and they're sitting there fiddling this way. They're trying to get the thing to show up on this white background.
And it doesn't want
and
to focus.
all I do is type in the chat, put it against tan or gray.
Yeah.
And they look around and they find the nearest tan or gray thing. Oh, suddenly it's like, hey, I can see
they'll
that
even
thing.
run in the bathroom and grab a towel.
And then I find, I notice in the future, I'll just, they're using more grays and more tans or whatever.
There was one that I did. They ran a closet and found a gray sweater that they knew they had and laid that out on the table. And it focused. But the white they were using wouldn't work. The black they were using wouldn't work. But you grab, like beige or gray and works perfectly.
Exactly. When you're shopping online, that's the biggest thing I have. Hold on a second.
A photo compared to a video is entirely different. White background on Etsy generally works pretty good. If you've got the right lighting, muted lighting. But on here, it don't seem to matter what they do, it just doesn't work. And same with black. Black absorbs all the light and absorbs the colors, like in beads and things like that. You can't make out what colors they are. How many times do you see in the chat people that aren't displaying stuff well, or it's just certain colors that don't work on these cameras, constantly asking, are they clear or are they pink? Are they blue or are they green? Is it black or is it purple? The kinds of questions are ongoing. Watch random auctions on various channels and think about those things when you're watching them. The angles of the camera, the lighting that they have, that kind of stuff. And you'll figure it out super fast. Where you sell and do imaging for your sell items online with Etsy, you'll get a grip on it super fast on what's going to work best with the whole YouTube world. And, if you have questions.
The only thing you can control is purples.
Purple is impossible.
They are the worst color to
greens are
have
impossible.
and to exact color. If it does, miracle happened. Show up on screen.
Yeah, it's rare occasion. Usually it comes across lighter than it really is, or less intense than it really is. With some greens, they'll come across super dark, but they're actually like a grass green, but it's like they're a deep dark.
Or teal. Some of
evil
them
forest
look
green.
more blue and they're really green. It's really crazy.
Yeah, colors are a wild thing.
Here's the thing. Now you got the kid. Here's your... What?
Yeah, she just... Yeah, it's the white.
No. Here it is with the... I'm going to drop the gray down here. Heck of it. Now. The camera focus quicker.
The details
even
are
with
more
movement.
The colors are more visible.
Right. And
but
the
against
color
the white,
looks
it just washed it out.
a little bit more purple. It's purple. It's purpler than this even purple. But it's looking a heck of a lot more purple.
Yeah, it's more like Barney purple.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Then it looks
I'd say
against this
Wildcat
thing.
purple because that's the go-to for purple here, but
yes,
not everybody
or
has.
Vikings
a team.
purple.
Yeah. Barney seems
Minnesota
to be the closest
Vikings.
with good old
See,
purple.
you put it up here, blue.
Exactly. Whereas with a camera, yeah, fixed pictures versus live video, it's different. You know, the cameras that are used for this is different than what you
We do it,
use when you're
boom,
taking
more
fixed
purple.
image. Yep. But
And that's all about this background color.
yeah, the big things is focus and you know, clarity, where you can see the details and they're not getting washed out by white or absorbed by the black. Or so yeah, gray and you know, like an oatmeal beige seems to be the best for these online sales. You know, that seems to work the best. And I don't know how many people I've told that to, and some of them still use white. Oh, my camera won't focus. This is so frustrating. And I'm like, yeah, go gray or go tan.
Okay.
You know.
Okay. Told you what to do. It's okay. I just sit back and laugh. If I ever tell somebody and they don't do it, or they do it one time, they see it works and then they don't go back to doing the process that works, I just laugh.
Yeah.
You want to be
It's
frustrated?
easy to get lost
That's
in
you.
it. Yeah. They're more about just making the sale. And they kind of forget about the part where people need to see it before they're going to buy it, or they ain't going to bid. You know, they just automatically think, you know, they hold it up and somebody's going to buy it. In some cases, yes, but in a lot of them,
Yeah,
no.
unfortunately, in some cases, yes.
Yeah.
But that's just like anything. Just because a certain name is on something. Pair of jeans is a pair of jeans is a pair of jeans. So it's either
Welcome
really
back,
good quality stitching or not good quality stitching. But a pair of jeans are a pair of jeans. And the only thing that super duper changes that and how much a person would buy it for and how fast they'll buy it is the name on it or the person behind it. And it's like...
Yeah, there's channels that it don't matter what it is, they hold it up and that people will pay crazy prices.
Oh yeah, insanity
I'm
prices.
not that person.
And it's like I've seen that thing a million times and I know it goes for about $10 and they're on there selling it for 30. And I'm like,
yeah.
Why?
I don't buy
because
those.
that person's holding it? Because they've got whatever
that's the YouTube popularity game. I don't play those games.
Whatever 80,000 people subs. It's like, really? It makes that piece any better than the person who's trying to make a living day to day just to get by, selling some stuff, trying to sell the same product and can't barely get $10 out of people?
Yeah, the bigger channels, I don't even mod for anymore. I like a more intimate, relaxed setting, even as a moderator, but also as a buyer. I'm not a seller, so I don't have to worry about that. But, you know, even not being a seller, I'm still behind the scenes if I'm modding. So, you know, I'm kind of there in kind of a sense. I just enjoy a relaxed, smaller, more intimate setting than I do. Yeah, these great big channels that, you know, taxes my brain. I don't have the brain cells to be that taxed at this point. And if I am going to be taxed, it's going to be on something far more important than helping somebody else make money. Because usually those channels, they don't even throw you a bone. I don't ask to be paid, but, you know, at least show me respect, and they don't even do that. You're just dirt. You're like the person that cleans their toilets, you know, you get about as much respect. And you know, I don't want accolades and praise and, you know, I don't want, you know, paid big bucks or any of that. Just show me the same respect I'm showing you. That's all I ask. And if I don't get that, I don't go back and they don't get me as a mod. They can message me all they want, wanting me as a mod, and it ain't gonna happen. Because, you know, I don't deserve disrespect for offering to help them make money for nothing. The least they can do is just show me a little respect, you know. That's not asking a lot. That's just general humane human nature. And there's a lot of these sellers on here that don't have an ounce of that. And yeah, I don't go back. And nowadays, I don't even have to go there once to find out that's the way they are. I can kind of see it from the get-go. So yeah, I don't even offer my services to them to begin with because I know where it's going to go. It's going to be a one-hit wonder, and I'm not wasting my time on that.
Right.
You know, people that think they're super important and they're all puffed up about YouTube celebrity and da-da-da-da-da. No. Nope. I ain't got time for that. I mean, I don't have a lot of time left on this earth anyways. I'm not going to waste it on, you know, jerks like that.
Modding, I've modded a few times here and there to not like Willow at all. Not putting myself in the same level. But yeah, it's not easy if you're doing it correctly or trying to do it correctly. In the sense of
It's hard to keep
making
track, especially when they have you extra things.
right. Well, keep a track of the sale. Keep a track of that the person doing the sale. You know, sometimes they rely on you for facts.
Yeah. They also, there are some channels that want their mods to do a level of administrative duty.
Yes.
That's not my job. I'm there to call the auction. You know, I'm not doing
Correct.
your channel housekeeping. I'm not doing your administrative duties. I do not want to be an administrator on any channel.
Right.
And I never will be.
And
if I want to be
I'm
an
not into that
administrator
either.
on a channel, I would have my own. I'm not going to do it for somebody else.
Exactly.
Exactly. If I'm going there,
So-
it's going to be for my own benefit, not somebody else's.
Also,
but-
you know, keeping track of what's going on in the chat, because sometimes the subtleties and things can become a nightmare if not handled right away.
Yeah.
Even if it's with a slightly bit of humor or a soft warning.
Or just quietly booting them and keeping the auction going.
Well, yeah, if it's
no drama. They just disappear. I'm all for that on channels. You know, the timeout and yada yada yadas, you know, the ongoing. It aggravates the chat, and it disrupts the chat, and you will lose buyers by going that route. If you have
April
somebody
is crazy phenomenal in that department.
Yeah, she's kind of zero tolerance, and if she
I'm
does
gonna
go
say,
there, she's
and-
very tactful.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
and she has a big heart, that girl, and
She does.
will try to backroom talk somebody or talk to them privately until
Yeah,
it
she tries to
becomes
keep it
to
out
a
of the
point
live
where
chat
it's
and
not
keep it private.
right. And if it can't be, she handles it.
Yeah.
But the other thing too is, like, in her modding, when she does mod for everybody, basically, mostly on the channel, that of people that she works with, for the most part, she's fast. From typing well and fast comment.
Yeah.
Not everybody
to do
is
better
that
with that.
fast.
Yeah, I used to do better with
You
that.
don't
I
have
can't
to
do
be.
that as well now.
You know what part of the
one
secret
half
of
of my
fast is,
primary hand
Jazzy?
is needles now. I have no cartilage in my hands. I'm bone on bone. The tendons in both of my thumbs are shredded. You know, different things like that. That didn't stop me from typing fast and efficient. My hands would hurt after. Do I want to pay that price for a jerk? No, I don't. Do I want to pay that price for somebody that's having crisis that is causing disruption? I will hop in and help.
Knowing how to copy and paste well.
Yeah. Yeah, I usually have
because there are
plugs
certain key
pre-made.
phrases that are in every
Yeah, I call them plugs.
item that you would put in, certain
Yeah.
initial things.
Yeah.
Basically, you plug in price or key name or keyword, and that's all you should have to plug in to a sentence. As you get to know your items and what you're selling, you could create those sentences.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, if
Where
I
it's-
know what's gold, I will make
simple.
plugs for them where it's just a copy paste. But most sellers don't do that. You know, it's random. You know,
Right, but that's the secret to
selling
fast.
Yeah, you don't know what the stuff is. You can't pre-plan.
Or you keep it simple. Like if you know you're selling all glassware or all Murano that night or all whatever, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
a particular brand or a particular type
Or
of item.
if it's just jewelry, then you know that you've got brooches, pins, earrings, necklaces, rings, bracelets, bangles, and you can kind of pre-prep some copy pastes and then fill in the blanks before you hit enter.
Right.
I do that too. Usually when I'm modding, unless it's just a sudden drop in, somebody's had a crisis that day. They've got to make the sales because they've got to pay their bills, but their mind just cannot stay focused. Somebody died, somebody ended up in the hospital. They had, like a traffic accident and got that dealt with and rushed home and is trying to have a sale and they're just distracted, blah, 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 whatever. Those random auctions that I happen to show up in and I can see where they're having difficulties, I'll say, would you like me to come on and give you a hand? And I will keep it focused. I will help keep them focused and get them through it. I'm good at doing that. I don't consistently mod really. There's an elderly gentleman that was a dumpster diver, curbside picker kind of thing on a scooter. He can't do that anymore, but he still does lives just for socialization. I manage his chat for him. If there's issues, spammers, whatever pop in, I'll take care of that. If people have questions, he's not remembering to read the chat because he's elderly and spaces it, I will answer what questions or I will put it in caps, get his attention, that kind of thing. Then there's another elderly gal that's a silversmith here on YouTube, and I have been when I can, I go in and just read the chat for her while she's working because she's not always where she can see her chat, and call auctions for her on occasion. She used to have them every week. Now she has one or two a month and they're pretty random. I'll mod those if she wants me to. Those are the only two that I really consistently do anything on at this point, and they're both elders. That's why I do it. They can use the help. They're small channels. They're not huge. Pretty easy to manage. Otherwise, yeah, it's pretty random. Occasionally somebody, there'll be a crisis. Their regular mod isn't available. Can I mod for them for a day or two, for a week, just until that person gets back from a vacation or something like that? I've done that on occasion, but usually the majority of my modding is just random. I go into an auction, they're having a crappy day, they could use a hand, I offer myself, my services, and pop on and help them through that auction. And, it could be 6 months, a year or better before, they might need my services again. They may never need them again,
Yes, it
it's
does.
pretty
Also,
random for me.
for those of us with disabilities and different people that have disabilities that want to get into this kind of business, and need that kind of help, you got to develop relationships with people in here, and you'll find people who would be willing to help you with those things. But you also got to be careful too. On the flip side of that, there are people who are out there who will help you once or twice, even help you for a month, no problems, no whatever, and then they'll say, oh, well, from here on out, I need a little bit of something to keep going. So if you are trying to connect with somebody to help you in the modding department, and it sounds a little rude, but it's just the way it is in this world, in the YouTube world, or anything really. You got to have that conversation pretty much up front.
Yeah.
I'm glad you're willing to help me. Is this going to be continuing just to help me, or am I going to have to, or is there going to be any compensation for you in the future? Because I really can't, Now, it's one thing if you have your personal choosing, do something for that person. That's up to you.
Yeah. There are mods now, however, that don't work without getting paid. There are paid mods in the resale community now that
it used to never be.
They will occasionally help here or there with something, but it's not permanent. And after a bit of time of helping, you get established, then suddenly, they want to get paid. So you've got to be upfront. Over time, you find a core group of people, generally no more than a handful, that you would consistently work with because you trust them. You've developed that trust over time, that developed that friendship. But the majority, you'd be pretty cautious about, because there's a lot of a-holes out there. Just saying. You know, it is what it is. I generally help small channels that they couldn't afford to pay me if they wanted to, because they're barely, you know, keeping their head above water at that point. They're starting out. They're new. They just don't have those resources.
Or they're
I've
long
never
term too,
taken
but they're
cash
not
for
high end
auctioning.
consistent sales, you know,
Yeah.
where they
Well,
have that
whether or not they could
consistent
help you would
income.
depend on how their sales went, depend on their profit margin, depend on their overhead. And a lot of your small channels just can't. I have never taken money for modding.
Neither.
They have gifted me with
Not
a
to
little
say I
something,
haven't
you know, a
gotten
piece of
yes.
jewelry, or there's people
Correct.
in the chat that have gifted me little things just as a thank you for helping them out, or something like that. And I greatly appreciate that, but I don't expect it, you know.
Correct.
But there are mods on here since shutdown, basically, where people have had to find other means to help supplement their income, and they've decided that they're going to just do that as a career and not go back to work, and they now expect to be paid. There has been that shift transition within the mod world on YouTube during all of this. So that, yeah, there are some out there that they suck at it, but they still expect to be paid, and people will still use them. You know, I've never been that person. Could I use the money? Yeah. I'm on a small fixed disability income. Sure, I could, but that's not what I'm on here for. It's not about the money for me. For me, it's socialization and moderating on occasion. It helps keep my brain active. You know, where I've been pretty much home for the most part, I'm not able to get out and do as much because, you know, I'm highly susceptible to catching things, especially the big thing that's been going around. And I can't get protection for it because I can't have those, because my body will react to them. You know, it is what it is. But that doesn't stop me from trying to help people. There's still plenty of good people on here, but you run through a lot of crappy people along the way, and you just have to be ready for that, to let it roll off of you and move on. Don't let it eat you up and scare you off. There's people that have disappeared from YouTube because of that, because they couldn't handle the dark side of YouTube. And there's a dark side in everything. Yeah, there's a dark side to YouTube as well. Whether you're moderating, selling, just hanging out, it don't matter. If you put yourself on social media, yeah, the dark side's going to hit eventually. It's not if, it's when. And you just got to be ready for that and be ready to handle it. You know, I mean, you have that in any setting where you have a group of more than one human being together. Not everybody's going to get along, and you're going to have the bad apples. That's just life. That's just humanity. It's just life. And yeah, you definitely got it on here too.
Alrighty.
So do I, Jeffrey. I get it.
I think I'm going to call this one. It's been a little over 4.5 hours now. I'm done.
Yeah, you've been on a while.
It's been a long day for me.
Yeah, because you was out gadding and doing grocerying, and that wears you out. And then come on and spend 4.5 hours.
Yeah.
Yeah. You need
but
to get
the conversation got so
and
interesting and stuff, and I didn't want to, you know, whatever. But I just, I'm sorry,
it
but
happens.
yeah, I'm done.
Yeah, some of them you go an hour and it's like, okay, I'm over it. Others, yeah, you just sink into it and it's great, and so you just hang out. But yeah, you gas out eventually. Can't live on here.
Well, Jazz, it's up to you. It's what you're comfortable with. Whether you want to set yourself to have it basically themed for yourself for that night, or not. I mean, if you're doing your own on your own channel, it's a lot easier to do themes than when you're on a non-themed show with other people that are showing a wide variety of items, because then you feel like you're not showing, you're not showing enough to gain sales because you're only showing glass that night or whatever. So
people, you'll have people come on and you'll have big spenders, aka people that consistently come to your sales, and you know, they're your bigger spenders. They spend more per sale than the average person. But
Mhm.
eventually they're going to get, if you are themed and you're just selling one specific item, eventually they're just going to get overloaded and they're just going to vanish. They're going to go off and do something else. And you've become dependent on those big sales. You're better off to do variety, I think, because it covers a larger spectrum. And they might get tired of this, but you also sell this and that they could use a bit of. You know, I just think that it's better overall for a more consistent income to have variety.
Mhm.
But that's just me. You know, you do you, boo, like Johnny says. But for me, I see people excel a bit better if they have variety. If it's just one specific item, the only reason people keep
And
buying is because they just don't know when to stop. And
the other
you
rule
know,
in all this, end all be all rule, is you never know what anybody's going to want or not want on a given night. And you can show what you think are the best things you've got in your entire stock, and nothing sells.
Yeah.
You just
and
don't
it can't
know,
let you
and you
down. It all depends on
don't take it to
what
heart.
people are interested
Exactly.
in, what gets their attention that night with the people that you have in that chat. The next time, it'll be a totally different crew. Items that pass on one sale can be bought
Oh no, I missed
on
that.
the next.
I was out shopping, Jeffrey. That's cool. See, I told you. People will notice that you're doing something different there.
Mm-hmm. There are niches where you might want to have that item fairly consistently because they're doing well, but don't become dependent on it because it could gas out at any time. That's just the resale world, no matter what you're doing. Whether you're listing on a website or doing live auctions or doing pre-record sales, any item can trend in, trend out. It's just the nature of retail. Hello, Myra. But yeah, I think variety, you have a better chance of longevity. But that's just me and what I've observed and seen over the years I've modded.
I'm good. All right. So I want to thank Willow for coming
Jeffrey.
up and hanging out with me. Good. I'm glad to hear that, Jeffrey. I want to thank those who came in the chat and hung out, those who will watch this in the future. Be sure to like, comment, subscribe. In the information section of this live is the link to Wolf Clan Barber and Wolf channel, where you will see me on Wednesdays at noon Eastern, and this week on Countess April's channel at 9 p.m. Eastern. But most importantly, what I want you to do is have a good rest of your day.
Have a great night, guys.